And we are live. Actually, wait a few seconds. I gotta wait a few seconds just in case, because sometimes the load takes a minute. And we are live. Hey guys, I'm Wolfie, and today we got a sudden thing on the docket, man. It just kind of happened. Today there was supposed to be a Terradone and Wolfie show today, but I think there was a miscommunication. Probably going to do something on Thursday and not today. I could have sworn it was today, but I must have missed something. It was a miscommunication. That happens. That's going to happen. But I already had plans for a show, got ready for a show, and I told you guys there was a show, so we're going to make a show happen here today. All right, this is going to be on the fly show is what we're going to do today. All right, that's what we're going to do. We're having a great conversation, talk some football, things of that nature. So let's go ahead and do it. Val in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Go 49ers. She liked the live. I appreciate that. Big wave. Thank you. Crazy Juice in the house. Good to see you. Sup. And, sup. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope your Tuesday morning is going pretty good. Your Taco Tuesday is going good, as LeBron James would say. But, of course, before we ever get to the show, we got to get to our sponsor, per usual, water. It's good for you. It's good for your skin. It's good for your organs. It's good for your bowels. It's just all around just really good for you. H2O. It's the way to go. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about something that's not really 49ers related, but I kind of just want to give I am a casual, so forgive me, like don't take what I'm saying here like to heart or being like, oh, I know more than you and things of that nature. You probably do, to be honest. The Warriors advance beating the Rockets, right? I'm a casual, man. I know very little about this, but from what I gathered, the Warriors are supposed to get absolutely demolished by the Timberwolves. I believe that's what they're called. I can't even keep track of these names for these basketball teams. How much of a casual I am, but yeah, man, I'm really in it now. Terradome's got me into it. A couple people I know are like, you should just get into basketball a little bit, just kind of subtly get yourself into it. And I'm kind of doing that now. And, the 49ers, not 49ers, but the Warriors are a very successful basketball team. So it's like, why not jump into it? It's a good vibe. It's a good feeling. You have one of the greatest basketball players on your team. So why not get into it? So I was like, all right, why not? I'm rooting for them, man. I'm thinking about doing a live for these games, for these playoff games. It's good. It's good content, good conversation. Now that the draft is over, there's like this is where the weak spot between talking about football from now till the mandatory OTAs, and then when the mandatory OTAs happen. And then there's that period between like June all the way up to like July 25th in that general area where it's just slow. It's dead, right? It's the dead month for football. So, right, it's a good filler is what I'm trying to say. So it'd be good content and good conversation, just watching it live and react. So it'll be kind of a good thing to watch. So, but yeah, I'm kind of into it, man. I like it. I felt the intensity last game 7, even though apparently being up the 10 points that we were is a really good lead or whatever, apparently in basketball. I felt it, man. I felt that intensity. I was yelling at the players and stuff. So I was really definitely feeling it when I was watching that game. I was like, don't you choke this. You can do it or whatever. It was I had a good time is what I'm trying to say. And I want to bring that good time to you guys. So I might watch the games live with you when they're on TV. But apparently the Timberwolves are like, you thought the Rockets were good, even though they're like apparently the 2 seed or whatever for the basketball team, for their basketball team in their conference. The Timberwolves apparently are like really hot right now. They have all the momentum. They beat the Los Angeles Lakers with Luka and LeBron and all that on there, which that team was supposed to apparently be like the best and supposed to like they had finals dreams apparently, that Lakers team, and the Timberwolves completely demolished them. And so that same thing is kind of transferring over to the Steph Curry and the Warriors. Now, what I find interesting based on my research is like the Timberwolves have like one W more than the Warriors do. So I don't entirely understand I don't understand the conflict. I guess like momentum is a big thing, and like they did beat a Goliath, so to speak, but they like at the end of the day, they're both kind of close teams. From what I saw from my research, they're just one game off from each other. So I think it might be a closer game than people realize, but I do understand that they beat a juggernaut, right? And the Warriors weren't supposed to beat the Rockets, from what I gather, from what I hear. The Warriors were supposed to lose that game in 5 games, 6 games, or whatever, right? Warriors ended up winning that game, winning that entire series. So I as a casual basketball fan, I'm a little more optimistic than most, I believe, with this team. And I'd be cool to see their journey. If they could make it to this is a W in my eyes for this team already. Like the fact that they made the playoffs, right? A lot of people were doubting this team to even make the playoffs. Then when we got Jimmy Butler, I remember people on social media being like, oh, this is not going to matter. We're still not going to make the playoffs. We do that. We make the playoffs. And people are like, oh, it doesn't matter to Butler or not. They're not beating the Houston Rockets this time. They actually did that. And I love an underdog story. I love watching a team that I'm supposed to root for defy the odds, right? And that's something I would love to watch, love to be a part of. So I'm gonna keep track of this. Like I think this is actually quite interesting. I'm gonna appreciate how far they've gone because they're not supposed to be here. And if they beat the Timberwolves, that's even more appreciation for what this team does. So yeah, and I think they can beat them. I think they can beat the Timberwolves. So we'll see. I don't see why not. Everyone keeps saying that the Warriors are not supposed to be here. They're supposed to lose and stuff like that, and they just keep winning. So we'll see. The Timberwolves might be tougher matchup. That's what I keep hearing. I keep hearing that the Timberwolves are going to be a little bit more tougher matchup. They got a lot of momentum beating the Lakers, who are supposed to be like not a gauntlet, but a Goliath, so to speak. And yeah, I've heard that it's supposed to be like a way tougher matchup. That's what I keep hearing, and I'm excited. I'm really excited. If we lose, it's whatever. Like I said, we're underdogs at this point, so I don't think too much. Raider Ryan in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. Morning. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Showing some love. That's what I like to see. I honestly wasn't confident with my Lakers in that series against the Timberwolves. Oh, you're a Lakers fan. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I don't see why not. Like you had like Luka Doncic, who's supposed to be like a really good scorer. You had LeBron James. I think from what I gather from Terra Dome and all that is you guys didn't have like a really good defender, which scoring points is great, but you gotta have some kind of defense. So that's what I heard is kind of the issue with the Lakers. And from what I heard, if you're facing an extreme offense, a really good offense, apparently from the Timberwolves, then you got to have a defense to stop that, because then now at that point you're just constantly playing catch up. And if they have a little bit better defense than you, they're probably going to beat you. That's probably what's going to happen. Showing some love. That's what I like to see. LeBron was the reason. I heard it was Luka Doncic. That's actually, I feel like that's a hot take. I think that's a hot take, Crazy Juice. I feel like people were telling me Luka Doncic is the reason why they lost this game. People keep telling me it's Luka Doncic, man. He's a cone. He can't do nothing. That's all I keep hearing. I got mad cottonmouth right now. Crazy cottonmouth. All right. Might have to get a cough drop. But yeah, I mean, I've heard that it was more Luka Doncic the reason why you guys lost that series, because he's supposed to be like a cone or whatever. But from what I gather, from the information I gather, I've heard it's just the lack of defense that you guys have. If you guys had a better defense or a defender of some kind, I've heard that you guys actually might stand a better chance against that team. Well, for the Golden State Warriors, they actually have, from what I gather, is of what's his name? Draymond Green. Apparently, he's supposed to be like a really good defender. Apparently, he's like a defensive player of the year type defender. So maybe they might stand a better chance. I mean, they did beat the Houston Rockets. From what I gather, it's supposed to be like the best like defense at basketball. So one of the best defense, if not the best defense at basketball, and the Warriors still managed to beat them. So I don't know. I feel like the Warriors actually stand a chance since they have the offense and the defense to possibly make it happen, right? People just want to blame it on Luka. Hey, you know more than me, man. You would know more than me about basketball on your team. So, but that's just what I keep hearing. Like most people are blaming on Luka from what I'm seeing. But what I gather about playing sports in general, it's that you could have really great scores, like you could have insane scores, but if you don't have any defense at all, the opposite team doesn't need to have elite scorers because they could just dominate your lack of defense, and they would play as if they were elite scorers because you don't have anything to stop them or slow them down to any degree. So you could have the best scores in the world and no defense, and it would be no different to them or against you because they would feel like they have the best defense. They have the best offense against your team because you can't stop them. So it's just this constant catch up with them. And if they have a little bit of a defense that can counteract that, that's why gathering sports, man. You got to have defense of some kind. You got to have offense of some kind. But if you don't have any defense, you're allowing points. Raider Ryan, I can't wait for the season to start. I'm interested to see what kind of plays Chip Kelly will scheme up for our new rookies, Tommy Mallett and Pegasus. Isn't Tommy Mallett supposed to be a quarterback? Isn't he a quarterback? And I don't know who Pegasus is. Is Pegasus supposed to be Ashton Genty? That's a cool name. I like that. The one thing I would say about Chip Kelly is, man, I'd be a little skeptical. I'd be a little bit skeptical about Chip Kelly just because as a 49ers fan, when we had him, man, he wasn't a very good head coach. He might be a better offensive coordinator. That's definitely true. Like those are two different jobs, and one person can be better at another, most definitely. Like someone could be a really terrible head coach, but a really good offensive coordinator, vice versa. So, but I tell you what, as a head coach, as a 49ers fan who had him as a head coach, I'm not too optimistic about Chip Kelly, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I wouldn't be too excited. I would be way more like, let's wait and see if he's actually good at being an offensive coordinator. That's how I would treat it. But hey, if you're excited about it, man, don't let me stop you. Be excited about it. Be thrilled about it. He's not terrible. It's just that he doesn't believe in rest, man. He believes in like hurry up offense and, try to catch teams off guard. And he might have changed. He might have adapted since then, but it's just that philosophy was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Reddick threw Doncic under the bus after the other day, but he did have like 19 blow-bys, which I didn't know was even a stat. Blow-bys? What's blow-bys? Let me Google that. Let me Google blow-bys. Blow-bys in basketball. In basketball, blow-bys refers to a situation where a player with the ball swiftly and effectively outmaneuvers a defender by dribbling or moving quickly to get to the basket or desired area. So it's pretty self-explanatory. Okay. It's okay. I didn't want to assume there. So the main reason defense and our bench. Okay. That's what I thought. Like I would think defense is probably the reason why. Like I can't imagine LeBron James, Luka Doncic from the credits they have towards their offensive ability. I'd be shocked their offense is the reason why they lost. I'd be shocked. We drafted Mallett as a wide receiver. Okay. I mean, how long has he been a wide receiver for? Tommy Mallett? Tommy. Is he just being a wide receiver or unique Raiders rookie Tommy Mallett could see time at wide kick returner, wide receiver, and quarterback. Does he have any wide receiver experience? Does he have any? He's got some rushing stats, but I don't think he's got any wide receiver stats, man. I don't know. don't know if I'm talking about Las Vegas wide receiver. Does he got any wide receiver stats? Because I don't see any here. That's banking on a lot there, man. While he was called a quarterback when drafted, the expectations that Mallett will play a slash type role. He's expected to learn wide receiver and also contribute in special teams. That's kind of crazy. I wouldn't pigeonhole him right now. I would say we view him as a receiver that's going to have a lot of value in the kicking game, potentially as a returner, as a cover player, maybe play some quarterback too. So he's a special teams player, mainly a kick returner, special teams type guy. Okay. We'll see, man. That's a Taysom Hill, man. I don't know, man. That's too soon to be to crown someone Taysom Hill, man. That's crazy, especially he has no experience at wide receiver. Kick returner, though, I can see that it's different. Kick returner, I can see that. Some things at quarterback, maybe they want to do some Taysom Hill stuff, but he has no experience at any of those positions. So they're trying to take advantage of, apparently, from what I see, his 4.39 speed. He's super fast, apparently. He ran a 40-yard dash in 4.39 seconds. So they're banking on his athleticism. That's what they're doing. I say LeBron because even though he is still a good player, he does make a lot of crucial mistakes. I haven't seen anyone blame LeBron yet, man. I have not seen it, but it's definitely possible, man. It's definitely possible. I've watched their game, so I don't even know. They just don't want to put any blame on LeBron. I mean, LeBron is this generation's king, so I wouldn't put it past it. Would not put it past it, dude. Everyone loves LeBron James these days. He got blown by 19 times, I think. That sounds like a lot. I mean, Luka Doncic, that's a lot. That's actually a lot. Pegasus is from one miss. He's a D-end, but Pegues. You're talking about Pegues. Yeah, I like Pegues, man. That was a good pick. I'm a big fan of Pegues. Absolute great fourth-round pick. I think you guys got him in the fourth round, but either way, I was a big fan. I was a big fan of Pegues in the draft, JJ Pegues. I liked him a lot. Like you said, he plays fullback and things of that nature. You guys got an athletic stud on the D line for sure. Like I would be excited about Pegues too. So, well, it sounds to me, Ray Ryan, you're a big fan of. Sounds to me you're a big fan of players that do multiple things because you're excited about Mallett and you're excited about Pegues, but not Ashton Genty. Not Ashton Genty, man. That's what everyone's talking about right now. He's a switch player like Taysom Hill, very athletic player. He's got Jacoby Myers to help him in the transition. I'm not saying he will be wide receiver 1 or 2. Just saying he's a switch player. It could be a trick. It's possible, man. It's definitely possible, dude. But it's a hill to climb, especially he doesn't have any experience at those positions. But from what I gather, if he has a 4.39 speed, 4.1 vertical jump, they're banking on his athleticism, which is not bad. I mean, he's got quarterback ability. That's what the Patriots theoretically did with Edelman, so that it's possible. They're just banking on his athleticism. And it's a 6th-round pick, too, as well. So it's not like you draft him in the 3rd round and then you're forcing the issue with Mallett. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Well, either way, good luck against the Timberwolves. I just hope Knicks does eliminate the Celtics. I feel bad for the Knicks because even what I gather from the Knicks, man, like – apparently they've had like the worst history like of all time when it comes to basketball. Like they have like Browns-esque history from what I gather. I could be wrong about that, but I mean, yeah, I hope the Knicks beat the Celtics. Celtics have plenty of success. Okay. They have plenty of success. All right. They have plenty of success. But yeah, I would be the Timberwolves too, man. I hope we make it. I would be appreciative for how far we ever go, man. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter where we fall. We could lose to the Timberwolves. Fine with me. We could have lost last series against the Rockets. Would have been fine with me because we weren't even supposed to be there from what I hear, from what people tell me. So everything here is just appreciated. You just take the W when they come. Appreciate what you got, right? It's kind of like if the 49ers go to the Super Bowl next year, you're kind of like, okay, technically we're supposed to just make the playoffs. I don't know about winning anything like that expectation-wise. but like that's the expectation. And whenever you exceed the expectation, man, you just got to appreciate where you go as far as you go, man. That's all you got to do. So be sure to hit that like button, guys. If you haven't hit that like button already. Fourth round. He's definitely a fourth round pick. He deserves to be. Genty is a given. I believe 1,300, 1,400 yards, 14 touchdowns. Damn, dude. That's crazy. 14 touchdowns? That's crazy. That's got to be like a rookie record. Rookie running back record TDs. All right, so the rookie record for touchdowns is 22 by Gale Sayers in 1965. He had 14 touchdowns, adding 6 receiving touchdowns and 2 more via kick punt returns. Damn, that's pretty good. That's really good. So 22 touchdowns is that's pretty good, man. 2 kick return touchdowns, 6 receiving touchdowns, but 14 rushing touchdowns. So 14 rushing touchdowns is the record. Rushing TDs. Yep, Gale Sayers with 22, but 14 of them. So 14 is a rookie record of rushing. That'd be crazy. I don't believe I want to put it past him and really, really think about it. I mean, like that would be better than not Deion Sanders, but Barry Sanders and a bunch of other running backs that are crazy. But like, I believe in Ashton Genty. I love Ashton Genty. I think Ashton Genty has a bright future. A lot of people want to hold back Ashton Genty because of his size at 5'8" or 5'9" or whatever. But Frank Gore, I believe Barry Sanders was also small. You know, you could be a small running back and still succeed in the league. I hate that you're too small to play running back. Like, if anything, it's a benefit because you're a smaller target to tackle. And I don't know. I think that's ridiculous when someone says you're too small to play running back. I mean, I would prefer almost – I don't mind a big running back. I really don't mind a 6'2", 220-something pound guy who's fast and strong and bulldozing. But if the running back who's 5'8", 5'9" is supposed to be more of a, one cut, speed guy, juking, more finesse dude, then yeah, I kind of want him to be 5'8", 5'9". I want him to be able to do that. Like Frank Gore is like a unicorn. Frank Gore is the only like 5'9", 5'8" bowling ball in like NFL history. So I also the Thunder beat the Nuggets. I want the Nuggets to beat the Thunder. I got the Nuggets beating the Thunder. I got the Warriors beating the Timberwolves. Pacers beating the Cleveland Cavaliers. And then I got the Nuggets beating the Thunder. Let's see if my casual luck works out. Val knows what's up. I'm very excited to see this kid prove people wrong. He's a top 10 pick, high expectations for Genty, but I believe he's up for the challenge. A lot of people are talking shit about Genty, which I think is crazy to me. I think it's wild, dude. He's got a nice resume. People are like, oh, but he was used to the ground and blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, but he never got injured. He's fine. He's still really good. Like injuries can happen to any kind of player, right? So to discount him, on some level, try to pick at him on some level, the dude did phenomenal things in college, man. Like, and he didn't even take that many hits, right? Like, he was way more of a one cut kind of type guy. So it's just interesting to me. It's not like he was a bruiser like Ezekiel Elliott was, or Frank Gore was, or like Leonard Fournette was, right? Like, Genty was more of a guy who avoid hits. And so to say that he won't last very long is weird to me. Sayers was generations ahead of his time. Believe it or not, man, I may sound like a casual here, but it sounds familiar. Sayers does, but I actually don't know much about him. But I do now. I know that he holds the rookie record with 22 total touchdowns. That's pretty good, man. 14 of those, 6 receiving, and 2 kick punt returns. That's pretty damn good, man. That's pretty damn good. All right, so the most rushing touchdowns in a season. Most rushing touchdowns was where's the Sayers owns total touchdown record. Receiving touchdowns. Where's the Oh, there it is. Okay. So Eric Dickerson holds the record for the most rushing touchdowns at 18, with 2 receiving touchdowns, giving him 20 total touchdowns. Ezekiel Elliott had 15 touchdowns, so he had 16 total with 1 receiving. And then Clinton Porras, Mike Anderson. I remember Mike Anderson. Damn, that's a throwback there. Cam Newton with 14, and he didn't need a tush push for that. Saying. Barry Sanders had 14 with 0 receiving touchdowns. But Gale Sayers, man, that's pretty good, dude. I'm surprised Chicago fans don't talk about him enough. Like that sounds like that's a historic performance. Like Chicago fans don't talk about Gale Sayers enough, dude. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. But Eric Dickerson, man, holds the rushing record of 18 in this season. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. And I like Eric Dickerson. I love Eric Dickerson a lot, man. A lot of people, for some reason, people don't put Eric Dickerson on a to me, man, I think Eric, like in my eyes, man, he's a top 3 all-time running back. And from when I made a top 10 running back list, like a blind ranking game thing, a lot of people are like, you put Eric Dickerson over this guy. I'm like, this dude has a lot of records, man. This guy has like the most rushing records. He has the best rookie touchdowns. This guy was phenomenal, man. And he gets discounted for some reason. I don't know why. He was a phenomenal running back. I don't know. I think he's a top 3 running back. Under the Helmet podcast in the house. Good to see you, man. Appreciate you being here. Let's go. Be sure to hit that like button if you have that like button already. Next up, Raider Ryan. Facts, 100% historic. Sayers was on a different level. Yo! I'm here, man. I see you, brother. I see you. Which undrafted player are you most excited to see in training camp? Let's take a look at those players real quick. Hold on. Let's take a look at it real quick. Let me go ahead and share the screen. Oh, wrong one. Share screen. There we go. Pa! All right. Oh, I didn't pop it up. Hold on. And pa! All right. Here is the roster for the San Francisco 49ers. If I'm missing any player, let me know. It's possible I am missing some players. But, all right, so the teal-colored players are supposed to be the rookies and undrafted players. Yellow is injured players. The regular blue ones are the players that are making the roster. Purple is players that are expected to get an extension. So that's how this shakes out here. If I'm missing anyone, let me know so I can add to this list here. But right now, let's just go through the list. Rourke, I like Rourke. I'm a fan of Rourke, but I don't expect much from him, to be honest with you. Just kind of a camp body. He could make the roster, beat out Tanner Mordecai. That's really what he has to do. Rourke just has to beat out Tanner Mordecai to make the roster. Running back wise, I don't think we're going to see much of Jordan James and Kiner. The next up, wide receivers wise, Burgeon, Isaiah Nair, and Jordan Watkins. Those 3 I'm kind of interested in seeing. Colby and Drew Gross interested. Valdez, D-tackle. Blatton, which is a linebacker we got undrafted. Cornerback Jay Robinson. Undrafted wise, who I want to see the most. I would probably say Drew Gross, just because I want to see us get another guard, someone who's really good, someone who's good on this offensive line that can help us and support us. I would say Drew Gross or Rourke wasn't undrafted. I would say, man, honestly, that's a tough one actually, because I kind of want to. I'll tell you the ones that I do want to see just in general. I can't really put one on top. I want to see Kiner. I want to see how he performs because the 49ers tend to do really, really well when it comes to Kiner tends to do like this team does really good job with undrafted running backs. So I'm really curious of how he turns out, to be honest with you. He might not get any playing time, but like I said, undrafted rookies, running backs tend to work out for the San Francisco 49ers. Isaiah Nair, I'm very interested in that guy simply because he's 6'4", 210, 220. You know, he's got huge athleticism. He doesn't really have a lot of stats and productions in college, but he's got like that dream size that you want in a wide receiver. So I'm very interested in him. Drew Gross, a lot of people are giving him hype. I mean, the hype of like what Drake Nugent was right here. The same kind of hype right now for Drake Nugent is for Drew Gross right now. So, and the rest of these undrafted defensive players, I don't really care. I don't care for Robinson. I don't care for Blanton. I don't care for Valdez. But I would say Nair, Kiner, and Drew Gross are three players that I'm really looking forward to seeing. And yeah, so those are the three players I really want to see because Kiner, like I said, the 49ers, man, just nail those undrafted rookies really well. And he looks really good on film. Like from what I saw of him, saw breakdowns of him, Kiner looks really freaking good, if not better than Jordan James. And I hated that pick. I absolutely hated that Jordan James pick with a passion. But so Kiner, I'm really looking forward to seeing Kiner perform. Isaiah Nair, maybe he could do better. If Isaiah Nair is good and he turns out to be great, then we have a solid offense wide receiver situation going on. If Isaiah can pull it together, Burgeon will be our kick returner. Watkins can be our backup kick returner with some good potential there. And then we can get rid of guys such as Hodgins, Owens, Taylor, and Gage. So, but I'd say Drew Gross, Isaiah Nair, and Kiner for sure. My God. I got mad cotton mouth, guys. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. But I'd say those are my undrafted, the offensive players that we got. Those three offensive players that we got, three players in one. Lombo said that he expects the Niners to have it maybe $20 million cap space after signing Purdy this year. Do you think they will roll over, or where can they use that, in your opinion? I mean, they have $50 million from what I remember. From article I read, right now the 49ers have $50 million in cap space. And you know what? I can actually just check that out real quick. I can actually check that out. Hold on. Let me check. 49ers over the cap. Let's see how much they have. According to Over the Cap, they have $46 million in cap space. I could see that being the case. The 49ers tend to backload contracts because later on in the year, the cap space gets way bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, especially these days. It's going up like 20%, 22%, which is a lot, by the way. So I would definitely agree with that sentiment. I do hope that we might sign more players, but with the extension of Fred Warner that's left and Brock Purdy that's left, if there's 20 million left, then they will probably have that as rollover. They're not, or all right. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts. So this is what's probably going to happen. All right, this is probably what's going to happen with the San Francisco 49ers. Okay, they're going to sign Brock Purdy and Fred Warner. Fred Warner is going to open up more cap space for the 49ers, so they're going to have like roughly because they're going to backload his contract like they always do, and they're going to get some cap space, like 50, so probably give them about 53 million or something like that. Brock Purdy's contract is going to cost more money. It's not going to save them money because they're already saving money with like him making like $900,000. So his contract's probably like 15, 20 million. So I could see that being like 30, $35 million left in cap space. Now, after heading into the season with that cap space of like 30, 35 million, 20 if you think so, after signing all the players or whatever, they're going to probably reserve that for players they could trade for. So if the 49ers are like on a hot streak, right, they're winning games, they're undefeated, or it looks like they're going to make the playoffs, they're probably going to trade for a player who's really expensive for like a 1-year rental, and they'll save that cap space for that to try to get that Super Bowl, because that's what they did before with like Chase Young and like Emmanuel Sanders and stuff like that. Whenever they feel like their Super Bowl window is open, they tend to trade for a player to help boost them to more heights, to a potential of going to the Super Bowl. So if the 49ers are doing well, they're winning games, whatever, they'll use that 35, 30 million to trade for a player to help them win a Super Bowl. And they'll use whatever's left as rollover for sure, because they want to roll that over, especially with Brock Purdy's cap hit and these other players' cap hit, and with the raise of the cap space you got, that would help immensely, right? It's highly beneficial to not use up all your cap space. Like, it's highly beneficial to your team because you want to be able to pay all your stars. You want to be able to pay all your superstars and stuff like that. So if you force yourself to have like $20 million to $30 million as rollover, you give yourself a better opportunity to sign all-star players, things of that nature. But I wouldn't put it past the San Francisco 49ers to use that 30, 35, 20 million, like you said, possibly from Lombardi. They would definitely use that on a player to help them get over the hump. If the like week 7, they're like 7-0, 8-0, whatever the trade deadline is. So that's my prediction with that. Because the 49ers don't tend to use rollover. They believe in rollover. They don't believe in using all of their money for the sake of using all of their money just because they can, right? They only want to get players that are going to help them now, help them win a Super Bowl now. There may be like 1 or 2 players that are still in the free agent market right now that I like myself. They might actually go after, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I would not be shocked if they're confident in this team they got now, and they're going to pick up some pick up some bodies to fill the entire 90-man roster, because they still need to do that. I believe they still have space for that 90-man roster, but they're just gonna get like bodies for that essentially. So, and then that's not gonna cost a lot of money. I think that to get enough bodies to fill a 90-man roster would be like $5 million. So, yeah. I guess the long answer is I do think they'll most likely roll it over, use maybe about 10 million on it, 5 million on it if they have to, on players to help them get over the hump to win the Super Bowl. Because in history, it's shown with the San Francisco 49ers that they will trade for a player at the trade deadline if they feel like they're Super Bowl contenders. If they feel like they just need like that one extra player to get it done. And if a player becomes available, they will trade for him. It's kind of like what happened last year. Everything was going awry. Everything was going terrible. And they didn't trade for anyone because they like, okay, everything's looking bad. There's no need to. Like, we'll try, we'll do what we can, but it's not looking like it's going to be a Super Bowl year. So they didn't trade for anyone. So I would say some rollover. If the season goes really well, they'll use some of that cap. A lot of Raiders fans are on the belief that we will waste him like the Giants did with Saquon Barkley because we aren't ready for him. Chip Kelly may be the offensive coach, but he's also a Pete. That's true. Pete Carroll will take care of it, man. Like, I like Pete Carroll, even though I know some 49ers fans don't, but I respect him. He's got the running back he needs. He knows how to use a run game. He got a really phenomenal running back in the backfield in Genty. So I'd be optimistic. I'm not going to sit here and say it's a guarantee, right? I'm not going to say that the people who are hating are wrong, but I'm also not going to say that they're right either. It's really like a wait and see. We'll see what Pete Carroll can do kind of type thing. And to compare the Saquon Barkley to the Giants thing, it's all opinion, really. Because, like, for example, like Brian Daboll isn't a run game mastermind, right? He isn't your, I know how to use running backs kind of type guy. He's a quarterback guy. That's what Brian Daboll is. He's a quarterback type coach, right? Not a run game type coach. And Pete Carroll is a running back mastermind. He likes his running backs more, and he likes his quarterbacks being game managers more. So I would trust Pete Carroll way more in this situation than I would Brian Daboll. So to compare the two, it's a little unfair, right? So I do agree it's not fair to compare the two for people. But you got to understand, man, just like the 49ers, and I'm pretty sure all 31 other teams, they go through this. There's always going to be backlash on everything possible on your team. There's going to be one thing that people are going to doubt you on. There's one thing people are going to compare you to. It's always going to be the case. For the 49ers, Brock Purdy's compared all the time, and so you don't pay him $50 million, blah, blah, blah. For the Raiders, it's, Pete Carroll's old. Last time he was good was like way back in the day, like 2016. Ashton Genty, they're just going to, since the Raiders are a bottom tier team, they're just going to waste him like the Giants. But that's what people are going to do. They're going to take whatever flaw they can of your team and use comparisons to try to bring down your hype for a player or try to make you doubt a player or talk shit about your team. That's really like the job of other 31 teams, really, if you really think about it. So I wouldn't, if you believe this is going to happen, but like an honest assessment, I don't think it's fair comparison. Some people say that comparison is I can't remember how the phrase goes, but it's evil to do comparisons, like especially when the comparisons aren't really the same, right? And I don't think it's exactly the same. You got a head coach who's a running back type guy who knows how to use his running backs, loves his running backs. And people are going to do that, man. People are going to compare whoever drafted Genty. I'm telling you right now, they're going to compare it to Saquon Barkley's situation, right? Cam Ward haters are going to compare it to Trevor Lawrence's situation somehow. No matter what, all 31 teams are going to compare your situation to your team to another shitty situation. So no matter what, like every team is going to go through it, man. It doesn't matter what. It does not matter what state your team is in. They're going to find something to bring you down, give you some reason to doubt it and stuff like that. It's up to you as a fan. It's up to you because a lot of these people that I preach this all the time. You know, the howlers in the comments, man, like Strawberry, Juan, and Papa J, all you guys, Val, all you guys know I preach this all the time, man. But it's people are like, you know more about your Raiders team than I do. You know more about your Raiders team than the people that are comparing the situation to the Giants situation. You know more than them. And so most of the time, man, it's a lot of, I know more, so we'll wait and see. So I'm going to keep saying it's not the same. And when it doesn't happen, right, you could be like, I told you so. I know my team more than you. I told you so. You could do that. Like, no matter what, man, people are going to throw something on your shoulders to stress you out and try to, like, really down your vibe, right? It's going to happen. It's inevitable for every single team. It doesn't matter what it is. So it's just up to you to be like, to weed out the arguments. Sometimes someone could have a really good argument, right? I'm not saying that's not possible, right? Like someone who doesn't know your team could have a really good argument. That's definitely possible. But if you look at that argument and you think to yourself, that's not a good argument. That's not a fair comparison. It's up to you to recognize that and be like, that's not the same. And here's why. And if they don't believe you and they're going to, that means they're just being ignorant at that point. It's up to you to look at the comparison and for you to judge, is that fair or not? It's kind of like, because like I said, it does not matter. It's kind of like when someone says, 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl in, since 1995. People are always going to say like, oh, the comparison of, oh, you weren't alive when they won a Super Bowl. You didn't witness it or whatever. Factually, it happened still. It still counts. It happened. We were a 5-time Super Bowl winner. It happened. Still counts. And I tell people, and I'm still waiting for you to catch up. You say it's been all this years. I'm still waiting for you to catch up. So it's just, there's always, no matter what, someone is going to try to steal your success. Someone's always going to try to steal your momentum or things that you feel. It's just that's the battle between fans and other fans of other teams. It's this constant battle between the thing. And then you yourself have to stand on business and be like, I don't care if you think that I have to be alive for it to count. It still counts. That's an example, right? That's how I feel about when people compare things or try to say things that you don't like. If I personally believe something and then somehow their standard means more than my own standard, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't care. Sayers' career was short due to injury, unfortunately. He sounds familiar, man. Like he really does. In 1965, that's when people would just let you out, man. Your kneecap, pop it. That's what people can come at you with, like low blows, right? Or would those $20 million for the rest of the rookies and players? Or would those $20 million for the rest of the rookies and players? I understand that. For the rookies, they're probably going to need like $5 million. They're not going to need that much money for the rookies. They only need about $5 million. The players they need to re-sign are just Fred, which Fred will open up more cap space. So that'll probably make up for the loss of the rookie contract money. And then the Brock Purdy is like the only significant like type hit for the 49ers. So I would say from here on out, man, the only high impact cap hit that would be significant from the rest of this season is going to be Brock Purdy. It's going to be Brock Purdy is the only one that's going to have like a $5 million to a $15, $20 million cap hit, depending upon however they scatter that his contract. 49ers tend to backload contracts, so it's possible Brock Purdy's contract this year, the cap hit's only be like $5 million or $10 million, and they're going to backload the rest. Just depends. But, that I would see that Brock Purdy's the only contract that would be a cap hit that you would notice. And the only other player is the player the 49ers potentially trade for at the deadline. So at the deadline is probably the deadline player we trade for and Brock Purdy are the only two significant cap hits that I see in the future for the 49ers. That's about it. I wouldn't say another player we pick up in free agency. Like even if we picked up a guy we expect to start, he's not going to get a lot of money, right? He's still a free agent for a reason. The rookies, $5 million. Like I said, Fred Warner's extension is going to make up for that loss. So it kind of plays each other out. So yeah, just those two things: Brock Purdy and the rookie, the player we trade for in the middle of the season. Well, they need to win a Super Bowl because this fan base won't ever be happy unless they win that damn title. And we got 5. It's fine with me, man. We got 5. I would like to win one. Like, don't be wrong. I wouldn't mind having 6. Wouldn't mind 6. But if you don't, like, it's weird to me. It's like if we win a title, does that mean we only have one Super Bowl now? You know what I mean? Like, do we only have one Super Bowl or do we have 6? Because I never really understood that where it's like suddenly like they have expiration dates. Like no matter what, like they factually have won 5 Super Bowls in a row. That is forever in history. That's why you win Super Bowls. So it's kind of like at that point, what's the point of winning a Super Bowl? To win a temporary award? Like, I'm not saying like you shouldn't strive for more, because obviously strive for greatness. You want to keep winning. You want to keep winning. You want to be the best organization and things of that nature. But people act like if you don't win a Super Bowl, if they win a Super Bowl, they only have one Super Bowl. Like right now, if the 49ers won a Super Bowl this year, they've only won one. I'm sorry, it still counts as 5. So I never understood that, and I know some people don't like that. Some fans out there don't like that, but I always felt comfortable. I always felt proud of my team from 1980 all the way until now. I've always been proud of my history, proud of my team, happy about my team. Every year counts. What they succeed and what they don't do counts to me. It doesn't ever. There's no expiration date to me. I would like for them to win a Super Bowl so they can have 6. I would love to see it. I honestly would. But I appreciate the journey. I appreciate the history that's made. I appreciate the players that fight hard every single year. Some people, they have this like obsession where, the lack of appreciation for the history of their team, that's on them. But if someone ever told me, oh, that was in 1995, I'm like, it still happened. Like it still happened. Like if you were to go into the history of Super Bowls, there would be 5. There would be 5 Super Bowls, be 5 straight Super Bowls. I'm fine with that. Like, you can never take that away from me. You could never take that away from the NFL. It will forever be. That's why you win Super Bowls. You win Super Bowls to make history. That's why you do it, to embed yourself in history forever. It's not for 10 years. It's not for 15 years. It's not for just 2 years. There's people set certain bars so that people can have a one-up on you. For example, Eagles fans. Oh, that was 30 years ago. I don't care. We still have 5. We have 5, and you're saying that was a long time ago. What's taking you so long to catch up? So it's just kind of, if you're proud of your history and you're proud of your team, there's absolutely no problem in bragging about the 5 Super Bowls you have, because no matter what, that's always going to be a fact. Now, you could still say in the same breath, being like, hey, I'm proud of my 5 Super Bowls. We have more than most. We have a great history, a history better than most teams in the NFL, and still want another Super Bowl and be yearning for one and being like, I want one now. It's been a while and I want one. But you can still want one and desperately want one and still be proud of what your team has done before. It's not, it doesn't have to be one or the other. You could be proud of your team, right? It's kind of like with the Raiders. Be proud you got John Madden, won you multiple Super Bowls, right? Be proud of that history. Be proud of John Madden, one of the greatest coaches of all time. You won multiple Super Bowls with that guy. You're going to brag about those 3 Super Bowls whenever someone else, like a team that has never won, like the Titans, for example, you'd be like, hey, we won 3 Super Bowls. They'll last forever. Well, we still have more than you. You got to be proud of your history, proud of your squad, proud of your team. And I'm proud of 49ers. I really am. I'm proud of the history. I'm proud that we got the Super Bowls. I'm proud that to this day we still have the greatest player to ever play football, Jerry Rice. I'm proud that we have a top 3 greatest of all time quarterback in history. Like those don't expire, right? Those things don't expire. Like no one says, oh, it's been a while since you had a top 3 quarterback all time. I guess Joe Montana doesn't really count. It's just people try to rob you, try to take things from you, try to, really, they'll do anything they can to get a one-up on you. And it's like, you got to stick to the facts, right? And can they say your facts are wrong? Do the 49ers still have 5 Super Bowls? Is it still a fact? Is it still in history? Is it true they won 5 straight Super Bowls? Yes, it's true. Then anything you say about, oh, well, it's been a while since you've done it, who cares? Who cares? It's still 5. It's still 3 more than you if you're the Eagles, for example. It's 4 more than you if you're the Seattle Seahawks. It doesn't matter. Like I don't have to be alive for the 49ers Super Bowls to count. So if I died tomorrow, suddenly all the Super Bowls they win from the future don't matter. Like the world doesn't start and stop with me. Like, right? So Kyle really needs to get that monkey off his back. We'll see, man. We'll see. I think he can. I think he can do it. Comparison is a thief of joy. There it is. Papa J in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. I think he can. I think he can get it done. What up? What up? What up? Showing some love. Hey, we're showing some love. That's what I see. Stories, what's up? We'll never win a Super Bowl under Shanahan. Simple. I strongly disagree with that. But I know a lot of people feel that way because of the 3 Super Bowl losses, stuff like that. Feeling a little bit of a stigma, feeling a little jaded. I get it. But I disagree with that. I think the 49ers, I think Kyle Shanahan can win one. I think he can win. He's just got to stop facing. He's got to stop facing. He's got to stop facing like dynasties, man. He faced the Patriots in the Falcons Super Bowl, which I blame more of the defensive coordinator and the head coach than I do Kyle Shanahan, to be honest with you. A lot of people want to point to Kyle Shanahan, who was on offense, scored 28 points, which I think is enough to win a Super Bowl, but 23. I blame the defense. I blame the defensive coordinator and the head coach way more than Kyle does, but if you want to blame Kyle, that's on you. The 2019 Super Bowl and facing a dynasty, the start of a dynasty there, and the previous Super Bowl in 2023 facing the same exact dynasty, who's considered a top 3 greatest quarterback of all time, things of that nature. So I'm not, I see where it comes from, but I'm not down and out. I think the 49ers can win Super Bowl, Shanahan. Is there holes in his strategy? Is there holes in his situation? Right? Yes, like offensive line. Jesus Christ, why do you hate offensive line so much? Right? Is there moments where in a game he'll abandon the run and go pass? Yes. There's flaws in his game. He's not the best head coach in the league, but he's still a top 5 to top 10 head coach in the league, which is really good in my eyes. It's like having a top 5, top 10 quarterback in the league. It's still really good, right? So not everyone can have the best head coach in the world. Not everyone can have the best GM like Howie Roseman and the Eagles do, building like that super team, that God roster. That roster is like, it's insane. That Eagles roster is I've never seen a better roster than that one. I mean it. I've never seen a better roster than the Eagles roster. Howie Roseman's a god. But I digress. I think the 49ers can win a Super Bowl. I think they can do it. They can get over the hump. And I do agree that he's got to get that monkey off his back. But I promise you, if Kyle wins that Super Bowl, just like I said earlier, people are going to try to rob that happiness from you. People are going to try to take that victory from you. And people who hate Kyle, who always hate Kyle, they're not going to give him his flowers. They are not going to give him credit for the W. They're going to give it to somebody else on some level. They're going to be like, oh, it was because Robert Saleh in the defense. Oh, it was because, they got lucky in the Super Bowl, or, Brock Purdy carried, or, about time. It took him about time he wins a Super Bowl. Like, that's what's going to happen with that's what's going to happen with Kyle Shanahan. I'm telling you right now, no one's going to give him his flowers if he wins a Super Bowl, because they've dug their feet too deep into the Kyle hate train, doubt train. So if he does win one, I do not expect people to suddenly be like, oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he finally did it. I believe in Kyle Shanahan. Woo! That's not happening, dude. That's not. The dude can win 4 straight Super Bowls. Would not matter. So that's how I feel about it. Just talking ball, Paul Jake. Good to see you. I agree with what you said. People want to compare apples and oranges to make their argument. You just got to recognize it first. Exactly. You know your truth. You know your truth. People just want to ignore the past. Exactly. But that's the point of winning the Super Bowl. The point of accomplishments like breaking records and stuff is to make history, to engrave your name in history. Like we remember Eric Dickerson and his 18 rushing touchdowns as a rookie, right? And if there's an expiration date on that, then guess what? Nobody has. I guess Ezekiel Elliott has the rushing record, apparently. So it's you make history for a reason. You accomplish these things for a reason. You don't just do this because you want to feel a temporary success for one freaking year or one off season. No, you want more, but the whole point is to create a base, stack them. The point is to create history. So that's how I look at it. Salvador in the house. What up, Bang Bang Not a Gang? What up, Howlers? Let's go, baby. Showing some love. That's what I like to see. Well, now we have now we know how Bengals felt when they lost the Super Bowl twice in the Super Bowl. True. That is true. That is true. But we have 5 Super Bowls. They don't have one. Just saying, but you are wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Niners 94 roster was good as Eagles last year, but yeah, Eagles had a historically good team last year. I don't know, dude. I wouldn't even compare that. That Eagles roster, dude, is insane. Sorry, I'm in physical therapy, so I won't be participating too much. God bless everybody. And it's all right, man. I appreciate it, man. You're going in and out of hospitals and stuff like that, man. You're here, and that's all that matters. Show us love. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Storage, show some love. Get after it, Papa J. Move those legs, man. Turn. Ooh, 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 ooh. So, hold on. I think Terradome might join. Hold on. One second. One second. I'm messaging Terradome. Give me 1 second. I know. I swear to God, it's not personal business. I promise. I'm trying to see what's going on with Terradome. One second. All right, I'm back. Okay, so there's Maradera's Terradome. Never mind.
Wolf King.
We got Terradome in the house.
Wolfie. You hear me, man?
Relax. It's okay. I was just, my dog freaked out. She's like, what are you doing?
How was my audio, man? I've been messing around here this weekend. Can you hear me good? Am I 5x5?
I hear you really good, man. I know you have like the muffleness happening and stuff like that and stuff, but yeah, man, I hear you're good. You're good. Are you able to still stream to your other people?
I don't know.
Wolfie, I don't know if I have that setting up.
I am 8 up, man. I am 8 up. I fell asleep at about 8 o'clock this morning, and I woke up and it was my clock said 1:04, which is usually fast. I said, oh my God, I nodded off a show. I did this one other time before. I am 1,000 apologies, man. This is just incredibly unprofessional of me. My wife and I was going through some things. She lost a coworker last night, and I was consoling her, and we were into the wee hours of the night, and shout out to her and her co-worker, Mr. Meehan, 62 years old. He passed away, and it really hit her hard. It hit both of us hard. He was a Navy veteran. He was about to retire in May. The last day of May, he was going to retire, and she Wolfie, it's no excuse, man. Unprofessional of me. That is totally on me, brother.
We all have personal things. I knew something like that. It's all good, brother. I'll never assume the work like you just abandoned or anything like that, man. If you got personal things or anything like that, I totally understand, brother. There is nothing to apologize for, bro. It's all good. I promise.
I'm sorry.
Like you don't seem like the type to just
just
abandon and get lazy or anything like that. Like you seem like you keep your word when you can, and if something like that,
and I was so excited. Wolf, I just love you, the Golden Domers, and the Wolfpack so much, man. I am so sorry. I got Wi-Fi on here. I saw him last night and had to put something on him on. I don't know which show it was. I was on last night talking.
I saw you yesterday. I know what show. I sometimes when I scroll through my YouTube, I see like other people's shows I don't watch.
Yeah.
And one of them was the Coaches Huddle and
the Coaches. Yes, I was on with Coach. Yeah.
And I saw your comment pop up as I was passing by. I was like, "Oh, Terradome's on that show. That's great." And then you triggered Jesse there. I saw that.
Is that yeah? Oh, Jesse. Yeah, I watched it long enough, and I said, you know something? Hey, Jess, I gotta get on you, buddy. Hey, take this. And then Wi-Fi said something, and then I said, hey, Wi-Fi, here's something for you. And hey, it's all good. We're 49er fans. We love the faithful, and
all passionate, man. We all got our opinions. We all,
Yes, sir. 100%.
For sure. And we're gonna clash. It's gonna happen. Pains are gonna clash, waves are gonna clash, stuff like that. It's gonna happen,
Yeah, you gotta get on them. Gotta let them know. Hey.
Yeah, Jesse's very anti. I know he's like the most anti Brock Purdy.
Is that what it was?
Where you were like, oh,
yeah,
I just ignore it. I just ignore it. That's what I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's hard. I understand.
I tend to engage Wolfie if they don't, if they're messed up. And Jess has his moments too. And I was a subscriber to Jess's show until it just, man, come on. Now you're throwing too much at my guy, man. Now we're talking too much anti Brock. And and I call those people ABBA, anybody but Brock a-holes. And I usually on my show I play Dancing Queen, because
Dancing Queen.
Yeah, they ABBA. Anybody but Brock. We could have Lamar. We could have so and so. We could have no, dude.
Yeah,
I don't have those guys.
I can see that you went at with you and Wi-Fi, because Wi-Fi is already like, boo.
Hey, Wi-Fi.
Jesse's not anti-Purdy. I disagree, man. I think he's, but that's okay. If you don't think so and you think he supports Purdy fairly, that's okay, man. But I'll have to agree and disagree on that one.
Yeah, Jesse.
And that's okay. Like,
has his moments.
Not everyone's going to agree on everybody on a player. That's one thing I like about, like, I've said this before, even off lives to Terradome here, is I don't mind you disagreeing with me, but it's kind of like, where is that coming from? Is it coming from an honest assessment where you truly believe that? Or is it coming from like for example, some people hate Brock Purdy because of Trey Lance. So like that whole thing, they'll hate on him for that. It's like, where is it coming from? And I feel like Jesse personally, the reason why I respect Jesse is because it's coming from an honest assessment from himself. He feels like he actually thinks he's this kind of type player, which is fine. And I respect that. Just because he critiques a player doesn't mean he's anti-player. You could be an anti-player, you could be a pro player. It's how it is. You could be anti this. You may not like the wording of it, but that's actually what it is. You can critique a player, that's true, but you can also over critique a player. You could be a full-on hater of a player. You could be a doubter of a player. There are certain aspects that are true. You're either pro player or anti-player. That's just how it is. You may not like the word, but whenever someone brags about Brock Purdy, or if they feel like that Brock Purdy's the guy, he says no, he's not. So that makes you anti that player. You guys just don't like the wording.
At the position of quarterback. The position of quarterback is so important to the National Football League, the team, the organization. Your quarterback is the face, the CEO of the team. And when you just feel like, well, I wouldn't pay my CEO. I wouldn't pay, this guy. Yeah. He's not that, or he's not this. If your argument is I wouldn't pay Purdy, you're anti-Purdy. You're saying I'm not pro Purdy. And that's okay. That's your opinion. That's like if that's actually a true honest assessment, that's fine. But you obviously, if you're saying not paying him, you don't believe in him, and that makes you anti that player, and that's okay. And sometimes, man, there's a difference between critiquing, and I'm not saying Jesse does this because I don't think Jesse does that. I think there's people out there that just complain. A lot of people just like to complain. They like to grift. They like to look at the negative all the time. Never actually give anybody give anybody credit at all. Things of that nature, even if you don't like them. Yeah. And if you don't see Wi-Fi, if you don't see that with Jesse, more power to you, man. He's your guy. He's your show. You like him. I'm not going to tell you not to watch him. I'm not going to tell you he's bad or anything like that. I hope that's the one thing I want to put out there is that, we're not always going to agree on everything. And you're going to have your own personal assessments that you truly believe. And you can either be an anti this guy, pro this guy, if you don't want to pay this guy, then you are this anti this guy. And then you're going to give reasons why you shouldn't pay him. There's going to be fans like me. I'm pro Brock Purdy. I'm going to give you reasons why I think you should give Brock Purdy. So it makes me pro Brock Purdy, not anti Brock Purdy. And that's okay. Like you're not going to agree on everything. And that's what I respect about Jesse. It's what I like about Coach is Huddle too. I don't agree with Coach all the time at all, hardly. But what is your content? Is it honest? Do you truly believe this? Is it grifting? Is it the one that shall not be named content? Or is it honest content? And and Terradome has a right to disagree with Jesse. Terradome has a right to say, I don't agree with you on this Brock Purdy session. I'm pro Brock Purdy. You're anti Brock Purdy. That's okay. But, yeah. So, yeah. That's it, man.
I love Brock Purdy, but doesn't mean he is that guy. He is your franchise guy. You can love a guy. If you love a guy, but you don't think he's a franchise, then you just love him as a person. But if you're saying you don't think he's your franchise quarterback, then I don't think you mean you love Brock Purdy then. Because loving Brock Purdy means I would disagree with that assessment. Because if you love somebody, you want to keep them. You don't love somebody and then be like, I don't know if I want to keep them. That's not how that works. When you love somebody, you want to keep them.
Especially at that position, Wolfie. You kind of have to be declarative and to be a successful franchise and to be a successful team in the National Football League. You have to embrace your quarterback and feel like this is how we're going to go. Let's build around him, give him what he needs. If not, you're trying to find somebody else and you want somebody else. And I was in the days of Jimmy G. I knew Jimmy G. I did not feel Jimmy G. I like Jimmy G there. You know who Jimmy G was, Wolfie? You and I both cook. We've discussed sometimes we do recipes and we throw down. And Jimmy G was a bay leaf. You ever seen those those
Interesting
recipes?
comparison. All right, all right, all right.
It's those recipes you get, and they say, "Yeah, add a bay leaf," and you're like, "What the hell is this bay leaf even doing?" So you could put a maple leaf in there, and it would do the same thing. You got to put the bay leaf in there, and okay, great. If you don't have it, you just take the bay leaf out. Nobody ever tastes your lasagna, your spaghetti, your pasta, your sauce, and say, "Oh man, what a good bay leaf." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a main ingredient. You can leave it in or not. It's a bay leaf. You take it, you roast with it, and then you pull it out, you throw it away. Whatever.
He's not your main course. It's not the main reason why
Is,
your dish is delicious. Why,
it is
yeah,
not.
yeah.
It simply was not. It didn't make everything better. Brock Purdy is the garlic. Brock Purdy is the onions. Brock Purdy is the curry powder. He is making that thing go. It's a main ingredient. It's that thing in there that just sets it on off. And from day one, which was December of 2022 until present day, everybody has elevated because this young man was in the game. And that's BA was not a 1,000-yard receiver until Brock Purdy arrived. Jawan Jennings was not that good until Brock Purdy arrived. CMC, who came to the team and was having an incredible year and made the bay leaf look real, real good. CMC got better and is documented that, hey, CMC, how did you grasp the concept of Kyle Shanahan's offense so good coming in? He came on a Thursday, played on a Sunday. He said it was that little dude in the corner there named Brock. He got me spun up. He talked to me. He coached me up a little bit, and he gave me the study. The little guy over there in the corner, that little quarterback. It was him. It was him, and they just don't want to acknowledge the 262nd pick in the 2002 draft, and it bothers them that it's Mr. Irrelevant. How could that be? But the Bible declares the last shall be first, and the first shall be last. Sometimes it just don't come to you like you think it will. It comes to you in this package that, man, I ain't see it coming. I ain't see it. I didn't see it coming. But this is our dude. It is.
Yeah. I love Brock Purdy. I think he's our guy. I love him, and since I love him, he's my quarterback. I love him. I think he's a great quarterback. I think he's perfect for this team. I believe in him. So I mean, Brock Purdy's our guy, man, and that's okay. If you don't agree, and if you don't think, that's fine. Like I cannot tell you that you are allowed to believe that he's not this guy, but Brock Purdy is. He makes the team better. He's the reason why you win playoff games. He's proven it time and time again. He's the reason why you don't lose Super Bowls. Is he the best quarterback in the league? No, he is not.
No.
But he is still a top 10 quarterback in this league, especially in the playoffs. You cannot deny that.
Yeah,
and
man.
Something like that is invaluable. Year in and year out, he's shown that he still be great. People talk about how he wasn't great last year, even though he was 7th in QBR, 13th in passer rating, when he didn't have his stars, he didn't have a good offensive line, didn't have a good defense, didn't have good anything. He still did good things. There was bad moments, of course. Now I'll definitely say that. Like I said, not a top 10, not a top 5 quarterback, not the best quarterback or whatever, but he still performed really well with what was given to him. And that's what I love about him. It's like no matter what it is, he goes out there, gives it all, and still performs on a really good level. It's not his fault that Ronnie Bell dropped that ball. All right. It's not his fault that the defense let the 49ers down. It's not his fault the defense couldn't stop Geno Smith in this against Seattle Seahawks. There are certain things that people put on Brock Purdy's plate. When Brock Purdy has done those game-winning drives and just gave up to the defense to make the stop and they couldn't do it. Or pass it to Ronnie Bell was a perfect pass, clutch in the moment they needed it, drops the ball. That's going to happen. So I like Brock Purdy because on and off the field, he is your guy. On and off the field, he is a true leader. Not the best.
That's a franchise quarterback in the annals of what lists of franchise quarterbacks. I traced it all the way back last year to when we started saying this. We didn't say this until around 2009. A franchise quarterback. There was a Bleacher Report that came out, and I put a whole dissertation together, and I might have to rekindle it and say everything. But the characteristics of a franchise quarterback at the time, they listed, I think it was like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. They said Jake Delhomme. A couple of guys were budding franchise quarterbacks. And this article featured the characteristics of a franchise quarterback. Does he win? Is he efficient? Is he a good passer? Is he, on and off the field, your leader? Is he tough? Is he in the just these different characteristics? And that's what you got with Brock. He's efficient. He doesn't just blow games. You know he's not a backup. He's your dude, and you gotta back him. You have to if you're feeling good about the San Francisco 49ers. You simply have to. If not, he's a backup, and he's a bridge guy. You only have franchise guys. You only have starters. You only have bridge guys. You only have, oh God, I hope we get somebody else in it. He's not Nick Mullins. He's not Jimmy G. He's not these other guys. He is your guy. He knows the playbook. He's tough.
He's got intangibles, man. He
does
so much intangibles.
And the knock on him was, he don't throw downfield or not enough. He's a dink and dunk guy. There's a content creator who shall remain nameless, who made T-shirts calling him dink and dunk. And then statistically, Brock Purdy has led the league in 30+ air yard plays, not run out, not yaks, but he did this in 2023 as well as 2024. 30+ plays. It's on advanced stat, and I didn't even realize it was that, Wolfie. I didn't start even looking at air yards until a content creator who shall remain nameless started saying that, calling him Mr. Dink and Dunk. And I looked and I said, oh, well, here's that stat he was talking about, air yards.
They assume that because he's got a noodle arm. And since you got a noodle arm, you can't throw it downfield. When it's like you can have a noodle arm and still throw it downfield. That's
he makes all the prerequisite throws, and he's got strength enough, and he makes the throws, and he knows what he's doing. And I'll say this, Wolfie. No one in a San Francisco 49er uniform has executed the Kyle Shanahan quarterbacking perspective as good as Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy has set the record with 4,280 yards as a passer in 2023, which makes him, of all the great quarterbacks that have ever played in a San Francisco 49er uniform, directly behind me is the banner in which we won world championships. We have had Steve Young. We have had Joe Montana. We have had John Brody. We have had Y.A. Tittle. We have had Elvis Gerback, Jeff Garcia. And the one that has led in all statistical category, well, the main statistical category of yards in a season is one Brock Purdy, born December 27, 1999. It was him. And for you to just be, oh, well, we can get somebody else. I would rather have somebody. It burns me. It's like the wife who's looking at another husband down the street and just coming back and complaining to you. Well, you're not Howard. I mean, Howard is a good guy, and Howard, he rescues children in the, from a fire, and he's good with pets, and Howard has muscles, and Howard, big. If you owe Howard, go down the street and get him. This is me. I'm working day in, day out. I'm laying it down. I'm doing everything you could possibly want as a husband. How are you talking about Howard down the street? How are you talking about so-and-so down the street? Are you nuts? I will get rid of you and find somebody else. That's what I feel like. Mr. Wi-Fi. It's a little feminine energy you giving off when you're coming at my dude. If you want them people so bad, if you want Lamar so bad, if you want everybody else so bad, go down the street, man. Go become a Raven and lose them playoff games. Go become a Cowboy and lose them playoff games. Go become Justin Herbert's BITCH and lose them games. We rolling with Brock Purdy around here. We go to Super Bowls with him. He has done nothing but perform brilliantly since he stepped on the stage December of 2022 versus the Miami Dolphins, who were supposed to eat our lunch. Tua Tagovailoa. And Tua Tagovailoa was a wonderful, wonderful quarterback. They were actually, it was a thing with the Commanders and everybody. It was called tanking for Tua. Tanking for Tua to get him to be in the draft. They loved Tua Tagovailoa. And the Dolphins that day was going to eat our lunch, man. They was going to tear us up. It was all these content creators who I ain't even gonna say they shall remain nameless. They thought, oh, the 49ers gonna lose this game. And then it looked real bad because the Dolphins cracked the foot of Jimmy G. And it was gonna be over. It was like, oh man, well, Jimmy G, we'll just throw this dude in there. And I saw Brock get in that game, and dude, we whooped them Dolphins like they stole something. We did. And then the next week, it was like, well, here's a rookie. When he showed me those traits in his first game, that he knew the offense, that he was tough, that he could go against Zero Thunder Blitz, and they had just broke up Jimmy G. They were looking good, man. Those Dolphins had some. Who they have? Wilkes, Wilkins. They had Bradley, right? Was it Chubb Bradley? They had gotten the guy from they were very vaunted, those Dolphins, that day. And then the next week, Tom Brady, the greatest that ever did it. I got his book right behind me there, underneath Kobe's. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers come to Santa Clara. Here's the greatest quarterback that ever did it, coming back home. The franchise's biggest mistake, taking Giovanni Carmazzi in the 2000 draft over Tom Brady. He's coming back home, sold out capacity stadium in Santa Clara, and Brock Purdy proceeds to go out that mug and put up 28 unanswered points against the GOAT and had the whole stadium saying Purdy, Purdy, Purdy. I was like, oh, we got trouble here. This dude got it, man. This dude got it. He don't. Maybe it's gonna be bad when he goes to Seattle. Maybe because we play Seattle. Seattle has been a house of horrors for us. He can't possibly keep this going in Seattle. Man, he went to Seattle.
Got the W.
That next week it threw what was called I think it's called 38 Lion throwback. He fakes to one side, fakes to the other, and hits Kittle in the middle. And then he proceeds to close out the game running in Seattle for the first down and sticking that ball out in homage to the great Russell Wilson. He stuck that ball. I said, boy, ain't no more to say. Hey, that's your guy, man. That's your guy. This is the dude. If you couldn't see that, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. If you want another quarterback, go to the other franchises. Take that scarlet and gold and black off. Go somewhere else. This our dude right here. If you want him that bad, go find your dude there, Wi-Fi. Please.
All right. You good? You good?
Now I'm good.
All right, you're good. Okay. All right. That's Terradome's thing, man. Wi-Fi, if you want to believe that, it's fine with me, man. if you want to believe that way, it's cool. It's cool with me. Not cool with Terradome. It's cool with me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, 100%. He's the guy. He's the guy. He's doing things that you expect a top 10 quarterback to do, a franchise quarterback to do, year in and year out, game in, game out. He does make mistakes, of course. Again, we're not talking about the best quarterback or the greatest quarterback of all time. We're not talking like him being Tom Brady, but we are talking about him being a top 10 quarterback. And when you got a top 10 quarterback, that is somebody you pay, that is somebody you keep. If you give him a good situation, he obviously knows how to work with it. If you give him a bad situation, he still performs on a really good level, gives you an opportunity to win the game, and that's what matters most. If everything's going wrong in a playoff game, he goes out there and he wins the game for you, and it's exactly what he did against the Packers and Lions last year in 2023. Yep. So there, if you want to break down like weird things of like, oh, in the third quarter, when this happens, he's not good. When this happens in particular, you want to be picky and choosy about things.
Yeah.
And that's the leg you want to stand on. I guess that is, but I like the whole picture. I like what he does the whole picture. I like what he brings in the whole picture. If you want to critique him down to a T where he's not the best quarterback in the league, so you shouldn't pay him, and you think that's enough for you, that's okay. That's your opinion. But I personally am not expecting a top 10 quarterback to be the best at everything, be perfect at everything. And, you can critique at everything. You find flaws in just about everything. You can really, I'm not a fan of when someone says, oh, in the fourth quarter, he doesn't do this, and then blame Kyle Shanahan as well. And it's like, well, who is it? Is it because of Kyle or is it because of Brock Purdy? And it's just kind of like those two things can't be true. So I'm personally not I like the whole picture. Like it's kind of Joe Montana. Joe Montana, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. He didn't always play perfect. He didn't always play great. No. But he won games when it matters most. The people forget the Dallas game with the catch. He threw 3 interceptions.
Man, I was 10 years old. I saw he threw, I think it was 3 or 4 interceptions
in that game before, yeah.
And we were very nervous because we had beat Dallas, and I'm a kid. This is 1981. It's January 1982. I'm either 11 or 12 years old. And my dad is in heaven right now. Trust me, Wolfie. There is God, Tom Landry, and my father having conversations about the Dallas Cowboys. He loved the Cowboys. He loved the Cowboys. We had beat them like they stole something that season. And then we're down to the NFC Championship, man. Pat Summerall and Tom Brookshire on the call. And Joe's out there, man. I'm like, oh my God, Dad, the Cowboys gonna go to the Super Bowl. And it was some bad times. It was some bad times. Joe Montana was the skinny bird leg QB from Notre Dame. That's all he was at the time. Everybody, these young folks look back with nostalgia and say, Joe Montana's the greatest quarterback. He wasn't Joe Montana yet. He was Joseph Montana. And and we were like, man, I think he can pull it off. I think he can. But
he does. He did.
I've been making these arguments, Wolfie, for a long time since 1981. I'm 55 years old. I've seen this come and go. I was arguing with my uncle in the stadium while we're watching Marcus. My cousin Marcus Burley played for Seattle. He was in the Legion of Boom. And I'm arguing with my uncle about who is greater, Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. We were arguing while the game was going on. We were just going at it back and forth. I said, man, do you realize how great Tom Brady is? He's just a system guy.
He's a system quarterback
He's just a system. It's just the system. He ain't this. And I've been making these arguments. And now it's Brock Purdy. I'm making these same arguments. Some guys got it. They just do.
Now Brock has to prove that though. Now Brock has
can be mad.
But Brock has to prove that though. Like he hasn't gotten that far yet. He hasn't won Super Bowl.
I'm not saying that he's the greatest quarterback ever, but I'm making the same arguments of why you think he's not. They're the same arguments I was making for Tom Brady. They're the same arguments I was making for Joe Montana. It's the same arguments, man. And they will do this. Well, if he had this, or if he doesn't have that, if he had a good coach, dude, it's the same thing. He just does it, and he does it at a precipitous rate, and he executes.
There will always
as good as you can for what you have.
I'm telling you right now, there will always be somebody that's going to say Brock Purdy's not enough. There's always going to be people like that, man. You have to get on board with hearing it all the time because that's what's going to be the case. You can win a Super Bowl, you're still going to hear it. You can win 2 Super Bowls, you're still going to hear it. That's the narrative that's going to come with not Tom Brady, but Brock Purdy. Literally, Brock Purdy would have to win like 6 Super Bowls and then go to another team, win another Super Bowl just because
that's what it's going to take. But
that's what's going to take. It's always going to be the case.
But that's righteousness.
Either.
And that's why I engage and argue with people like Wi-Fi or Jesse or something like that. I done did this. I've been doing this longer than you can possibly imagine. I know what it takes. I know a good quarterback when I see it. You got one in San Francisco, California. You need to just build around him and trust and believe this process. I've seen it before. I know what you're saying. I know you're chirping. I know. But
like sometimes they believe that though. Like they're not more than just chirping. They actually.
Oh yeah, they believe. Oh, they really believe. I should say.
Fine, but
I should say. You know, as an elder, it's something called an unbelieving believer. They don't believe is what it is. They just don't believe, and they have to see it. But we call ourselves the faithful, and faith means it is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean that it isn't there yet. It's some stuff there that you simply can't see.
You're very passionate about Brock Purdy. I respect it. I love it. I'm pro Brock Purdy too, man. I'm pro Brock Purdy too. You're pretty passionate about that, and I understand that. I respect it. And it's just one of those things, man, where, like, not everyone's going to get on board with the faithful stuff. Like, some people look at it just as a saying. It's just a saying. It's not like actual truth or anything like that. That's what happens, but that's what people call it. That's what we call ourselves. It's the saying. People are going to, there's always going to be doubt. Right now, there's people in the Raiders right now that are doubting Ashton Genty right now. Okay. There's people, or there's always going to be someone who hates, someone with a platform even is going to hate on someone you believe in. That's going to happen no matter what. There's going to even be a grifter on whoever you believe in, because it's going to get clicks. People hate certain teams. So for example, people hate the 49ers. So people are going to watch people that are shitting on whoever is on the 49ers.
Yep.
That is going to happen. Right.
Yes,
and
sir.
It's just like sometimes you have to weed them out and be like, okay, well, that's not my corner. Or it's like, okay, well, they're doing their thing. Some people believe it, such as Jesse doesn't believe he's our guy, which is fine. I mean, he's allowed to believe that, and he has his arguments.
He is.
That's his truth.
But I'm allowed to defend. I'm allowed to defend.
You're allowed to defend
why you're wrong.
And it's kind of like what I told you when I debate people. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm trying to get the people who want to hear the evidence, or people who are not trying to defend themselves or their argument.
Yep.
I want to give them an opportunity to be like, okay, well, I changed my mind, or, oh, hey, that was a good moment. Because it's kind of like in church, growing up, it's kind of like, it's not about changing the masses. It's about changing, okay, even if you save that one person, that's all that matters.
Right. Yeah.
And it's the same thing. It's in the comment section. If I make an argument, right, and it takes that one person, I change their mind and something I believe in, that's a W. And that's the thing. I don't expect the person I'm debating with to change their mind. If I were to debate Jesse, I'm not going to approach it with, oh, am I going to change Jesse's mind? No, it's okay.
Yeah. I ain't changing Wi-Fi's mind. I ain't changing Jesse's mind.
So you are going to go in there and you're going to debate him. And you're going to have.
I'm going to lay out my evidence, and I'm going to do it passionately, brilliantly, statistically, historically, and I'm just laying out my argument. It's for the great people like Val B in the chat. It's for the great people like Papa J. It's for those who understand objectively what it is. I'm going to inform you of what they're trying not to let you know.
It's for the people that want.
I've been through it all. I've seen it all. I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
And they can please hate all you want. I love it.
Let's go ahead and move on to other things. We could. It's fine. Like I don't mind this. I don't mind this conversation at all. But there are some things we can jump to that I thought was lighter pastures. Stuff like that.
Please do.
That I want to get through some of these comments real quick. Where was it at? And I want to approach this comment here. Wife says, I don't understand your position, to be honest. I understand Jesse's position better. That's understandable. If that's your guy, I always preach this, man. You're always gonna have your guys that you like, and you're gonna have people you don't like. A lot of people aren't gonna like my takes. A lot of people aren't gonna like Terradone's takes. A lot of people aren't gonna like Jesse's takes, but it's whatever you prefer, man. You do your thing, man. And I respect that. If you like someone more, I'm not gonna take it personal. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Vice versa for everybody else. And that's okay. Like I don't, if you like me and you like my takes, hey, and you like Jesse's takes, that's a W. I don't mind it. But you're always welcome here. As long as you're peaceful and stuff, I don't care. It's just everyone has their dude. Everyone has their place. Everyone has their favorites. Everyone has their least favorites. Everyone has their guy.
Yeah. Go see Jesse and the other content creators who just sit around and hate. We're informed football folks around here. I'm going to give you the skinny, given my experience, my statistical value, my observations. I'm going to tell you what's what. You hate it. If you don't understand it, I'm not going to dumb it down. You need to smarten up. Go ahead.
Like, no.
And that's Terradome. Wolfie is a wonderful guy. Wolfie is a good dude. But hey, man, I'm gonna tell you what's what. I'm gonna tell you the fact that with the San Francisco 49ers draft, we went heavy defensive line, and we were supposed to. There was an excellent interview. Shout out to John Chapman. Wolfie, I don't know if you saw it. He interviewed the great CJ West yesterday.
I think I saw that. Well, scrolling. I saw that. I didn't watch it.
I am truly excited about Mr. CJ West, man. Indiana University. CJ West is going to come with it, and he is going to be a value need for the San Francisco 49ers. He is here to punch centers in the mouth. This is his quote. CJ West, oh my goodness. I love the draft. I love the people that we got in the first 4 rounds. I really, really do. And if you disagree, if you think we should have got somebody else, hey, you can, and it's your right. But I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong.
I would definitely say that if somebody were to say that CJ West was, and I don't think I've not seen a single 49ers fan say he was a bad pick at all. It would definitely be a hot take. It'd definitely be you'd be the minority if you think that CJ West was not the pick at 113. I've seen one person say he was a reach at 113, and I was like, absolutely not, dude. That's actually the perfect spot. It's absolute steal. 113, you got CJ West is a phenomenal pick. Absolutely love that pick down to a T. CJ West, yeah. I'm excited about. And that kind of comes to a question that I forgot who asked this question. Who was it? I want to say it was Historic who asked this question. And someone correct me if I'm wrong here. Who is an undrafted player that you are most excited to watch? Who you're looking forward to seeing? I can bring up the list of those undrafted guys.
Yeah, bring the list up real quick. I got to look at my undrafted. I got it right here. We got undrafted. We got linebacker Stone Blanton of Mississippi State, wide receiver Isaiah Nayer of Nebraska, defensive back Jacob Johnson of BYU, defensive lineman Sebastian Valdez of Washington, offensive lineman Drew Moss of Colorado. He started all 13 games at guard. Running back Corey Kiner of Cincinnati. And then others that were invited: defensive tackle Elijah Hills from Wisconsin, tight end Bentley Hanshaw, Liberty University, and linebacker Christian Sinclair, Stanford, defensive back Jack Howell, Colorado State, and defensive edge linebacker Ty French of West Virginia. The person who asked the question, who am I most excited about? I think it was Historic Stoic, who I love very much. Shout out to Historic Stoic. He be on both channels, man. The most exciting guy for me out of this whole list is running back Corey Kiner of Cincinnati.
Okay.
And the reason why, Wolfie, is because historical data says if the San Francisco 49ers draft a running back,
that's what I was saying earlier.
Somehow it ain't gonna go right. The undrafted guy is usually gonna be the guy that will step up. And I'm looking at my notes on him. Corey Kiner of Cincinnati, running back, is 5'10", 213 pounds. In 2024, he rushed for 1,153 yards and 4 touchdowns on 204 carries. Quick math says that this guy ran for more than 5 yards per carry.
Always a W.
And while also recording 16 receptions for 111 yards. That's a little murky there. We usually want to see productivity from our running backs to where they catch it a great deal, because we're going to ask a lot of them in the passing game, particularly the check downs, the L routes, as well as the whip and the Texas, to make plays receiving. We just use that running back. It is the fifth dimension. It is the fifth player on the starting 5 of eligible receivers, and the 49ers historically have done this going back to the days of Roger Craig and another dude. What was that guy name? Way back in the day. Oh man, I think it was Tyler, something like that. Was it Wendell Tyler? Something like that. We just ask a lot of our running backs, but Corey Kiner is who I'm most excited about because our undrafted running backs usually get out here and be better than our drafted guys.
Like based on history, like, okay, based on history, the running back has always been the undrafted guy to look forward to. So, situation, why not this guy and stuff?
Yeah,
but it also makes me hate the Jordan James pick even more. That's
yeah.
This makes me hate that pick even more. I know a lot of 49ers fans actually like that pick, but I will definitely be the guy who raises my hand. And if he turns out to be great, I'll admit I was wrong. But my senses are like, no, I don't like that pick at all. And we'll see what happens. But the Kiner one though. Like, I'm excited about that too. My answer was the guard. I kind of cheated. I chose the guard, wide receiver, and running back. The reason why I chose different ones is because we're not going to see these guys until maybe even next year. Like, if you're going to hear rumblings in like training camp, preseason, and be like, oh, that guy looks good, but you're not going to see him be effective on this team or really the potential of these guys until like a year later, because these undrafted guys usually are like they're like year-long tryouts, really.
It'll be great for them just to even make the team, be on the practice squad, and then they'll just they splash later on. That's usually what undrafted guys do.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jordan Mason, right? For example, like you heard great things about him. You heard great things on preseason, training camp. Your content creators who watch him are like, he's so good, man. And you're like waiting year after year for him to play. And then you finally plays like, yeah. It's the same thing with Cody Kiner. It's like, I'm excited about the idea of him, but we're probably not going to see anything from this guy until 2027. Okay, that's probably not going to happen until then. Same thing with Isaiah Nair, unless he really goes off and somehow beats Demarcus Robinson, which I don't see. David Gross, same thing with him. I don't see that as well. Or Moss or Gross. I think it's Gross. David Gross or Moss. I don't know what it is.
I got Blanton, Isaiah Nair, Jacob Robinson, Valdez, Drew Moss of
Drew Moss. I have Drew Gross,
Colorado. Drew Moss.
Drew Moss. I got to change that. Drew Moss is the guard guy. You know, I'm looking forward to see what he can do. It's kind of like Drake Nugent. Like, you heard great things about Drake Nugent, but you never saw him. And it's like so I kind of cheated where it's like I could see one of these guys not even be on the team next year. So I don't really know. But I would say out of the three, the most excited would be the Kiner one, just because of the history with all these running backs that we tend to always find gems in and stuff. But again, we're not going to with CMC, Isaac Garendo, Bobby Conda, Patrick Taylor, Jordan James. He's 6th on the depth chart right now. That you're probably not going to see him for a while. And the one thing I hate, though, that I don't understand why we took Jordan James when we do find these gems. And I know that's like we can't really rely on that, even though you have a good trend of it. I get that, but it's like you also chose him at the 47th pick, not like in the 6th round or 7th round or anything. You chose him with a very valuable pick when there's very valuable players still there. And that's what bothers me the most about that Jordan James pick. And I'm not trying to make it about that pick. I'm just saying, like, if you got a guy that the 49ers fan base is 49ers are more excited about Kiner than they are Jordan James right now. Like, there's not, like, I've seen more people talk about Kiner than Jordan James. I want to see Jordan. I want to see Kiner succeed. I want to see him good. I'm looking forward to it. But I also want to be wrong about Jordan James. And I feel like I can't have them both because one of them is not going to be on this team at some point if one of them is great. So it's either a waste of 5th round pick or you know, Jordan James is better and it worked out, and then Kiner is actually not living up to the hype. So it's kind of like Kiner has a lot to live up to, is what I'm trying to say, and it's just kind of like
it's bound to that's expectation. Therefore, when he jumps up and does something great, they're like, "Oh, look at this undrafted guy." But George James, now we drafted you, buddy. You should come in here just and obliterate everything. You need to be challenging for CMC. Corey Kiner's his runway is a lot longer than Jordan J. It just is. And when you take that pressure off a guy, when he can just play free, when he can just really get out there and just be him and say, F it. I'm going for broke. I'm doing what I need to do. It's a little bit easier, or I don't want to say easier, but it's just a different perspective when we look at a drafted guy, a TDP. Remember the guy from Ohio State? What was Sermon? Look, we expected some big things from you, son, and every fumble is scrutinized, every mistake, made hyperbolic versus a guy like Breida or Jordan Mason or these other guys. Man, I ain't even know, he was undrafted. He just got an invite to the camp. And we spent the less of everybody in getting our undrafted folks here.
It's kind of shocking, really.
Yeah, it was $92,000 to get all of these guys, while Seattle spent about 1.4 million in their undrafted guy. We getting it on the cheap. So when it comes out and they ball out, man, it's really gonna be something spectacular.
Unlike other running backs, like on other teams like that, there's a expectation that's different than anywhere else in the league. Just because we were so successful on running backs, undrafted ones, that a lot of people are like, I'm looking forward to Kiner. Kiner's gonna be great and things of that nature. And you're thinking to yourself, like don't hold that to him and stuff like that. He's still an undrafted guy, but like the 49ers tend to always find these gems that are undrafted 6th, 7th round type guys. And I just think there's a reason why we're excited about Kiner. I think Kiner's held to a higher expectation compared to other teams, but he can also get away with not having to live up to that expectation.
Yeah, he can play free, man. When you can play free, when you can just go somewhere and just be yourself, let your hair down. I don't have any hair and ball, but but if you're in the dance contest and you say, "Hey, man, go and be you, bro," just cut up. You tend to be better. You tend to just move different. You
know, pressure on your shoulders, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it. Yeah. It's like dating a girl. Hey, if it go right, it go right. If it don't, it don't. I'm gonna just go ahead and be me, man. That's when you find your gems. When you
that's totally, when you just.
But when you tight, when you like, oh my, I don't want to make a mistake. Oh my, you're stiff and you can't get it.
Without a doubt, I told 110%, man. I will say that the one thing I'm really kind of disappointed in, not disappointed, but just more like I thought I'd be excited about someone on the defense, undrafted wise. Like we got nobody that I'm looking forward to on defense. Like there's like all the defensive players. I don't care. I don't care about Blanton. I don't care about Valdez. I don't care about Robinson. I don't think any of them have any kind of type of hype. I looked into them. I'm like, whatever. So, like, I would say definitely the offensive guys probably more excited about, even though we need more defense, if anything. But, so yeah, I agree with you. Kiner's probably the one to look forward to the most. It's really just the offensive players that I like the most because they did get guys that fill a need for sure. But yeah, that definitely would be the case.
Valdez
in the house.
Hey, Reggie! I just streamed to my audience. I've been on it for about an hour, and I forgot to do that. Thanks, Reggie. She's just so wonderful. Jay used to come on with me once a week, kind of on my show, man, and she's just always a supporter. Incredible photographer, and represents the Bay like a congressman, man. She is. Or congresswoman. Sorry, I need to be politically correct. I'm crazy about Red Jet. Me and her go back like suede Pumas and Adidas sweatsuits. Wi-Fi, you subscribe to me, Wi-Fi. Thank you, man. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it, Wi-Fi. Shout out to Wi-Fi out here. And Wi-Fi, I'm gonna need you, bro, because my Wi-Fi goes out sometimes. I got McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Honestly, I make that joke to Wi-Fi or something comes on too. They get that.
Wi-Fi's in the hizzle.
Yeah, Red Jet's got some good energy, man. She's got some good energy, good vibes, and stuff, you know. So
crazy about Patrick Willis. Oh, you should see it when you talk Patrick Willis, man. She's those teeth smile like chiclets on. You ever seen Dennis the Menace, the movie, when Mr. Wilson has to take his picture? Dennis the Menace broke his dentures and put chiclet teeth in there.
I vaguely remember that.
And that's how Red Jet loves Patrick Willis. Oh, if you just say Patrick Willis, she's like, oh Lord, Patrick Willis. Oh Lord, kind of like on the Crumps. That man make me moist. It's just crazy about Patrick Willis.
I'm trying to get an interview with that guy. That's like one of my dream interviews, and I'll do whatever I can. But it probably never happened. But it's one of those guys I definitely interview. Him and Frank Gore would be great. But Patrick Willis, I love me some Patrick Willis. Me and Patrick Willis were really like
incredible dude. Incredible dude. Hall of Fame. I messed up his title. Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. Patrick.
All right, so let's go back to some of these questions here. Crazy Juice was the one that asked that question. That's right. Then someone made a comment, and I can't remember what it was, and you would be able to know more about this than I would because it wasn't really my time. I was too young. I think I was I 7 or 6? He said that the Eagles roster from the previous one, which I declared as a god tier roster. I was like, I've never seen a roster like the Eagles roster. The offensive line being generational. You got generational running back. You got a top 12 quarterback. You got a top 7 tight end. You got the best wide receiver core. You got the number 1 defense. You got it all, right? You got a really good defensive coordinator, right? You got a good offensive coordinator. Everything is this god tier roster down to a tier where it's like, okay, of course they won a Super Bowl. My question is, the guy brought it up, and I said I disagree, but I can't really disagree because I don't know. He said that the 94 San Francisco 49ers was the same as the Eagles roster today. Would you say they are on the same level of god tier roster? Was the 94 roster for Steve Young god tier? That's my question. I don't know this. You would know, not me.
Wolfie? Good Lord in Jesus. That 94 San Francisco 49er roster. If you could, just I'll pull it up.
You put it up there and I'll put it on the screen. I'll put it on the screen. So that's my critique for Jalen Hurts, though, for example, was he had a god tier roster. Of course he won a Super Bowl. So now if you were to tell me that, like that roster is the same, I could almost make that argument for Steve Young then. That kind of, I'm not saying it makes me lose respect for Steve Young, but it kind of makes me pull back a little bit on Steve Young, because if you have that god tierness, then of course you could be carried even if you're mid to even a bad quarterback. So that's my concern here.
Wolfie, on that roster, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There were 11 Pro Bowlers, bro.
Damn.
It was 11 Pro Bowlers. At cornerback, we had the great Deion Sanders. Eric Davis was out there. Merton Hanks was out. Tim McDonald. Ken Norton Jr. was out there. At wide receiver, we had Jerry Rice. We had Ricky Waters, who made the Pro Bowl that year. Bryant Young was on that roster. Steve Young was on that roster. Jesse Sapolo, Dana Stubberfield, Brent Jones was a Pro Bowler. We had, it was just loaded. It was loaded. Chris Dahlman was there. Richard Dent Richard Dent was there. Tim Harris, who played for Green Bay. And it was a different age, Wolfie. It was before the salary cap. And we had an owner named The Great, Eddie DeBartolo Jr. Back in the days, he was such a competitive owner. And this is why you get a lot of 49er hate now. He would stop at nothing. His job was to bring in the best that he possibly could. And he didn't skimp on anything. This is what Eddie D used to do. When we won the Super Bowls, these ones in 81, 84, 88, 89, he'd take the whole staff, everybody down to the towel boys, everybody down to the secretaries, everybody gets on a plane, and we're headed to a remote location in Hawaii. We partied like that. Eddie D spared no expense. This was an owner's owner. This was the dude. You couldn't imagine how competitive he was and how gracious Eddie D was, and he expected it out of you. If you had a playoff game, he did not want to lose to those Cowboys. We had lost 2 in a row. I think it was 2. We lost in 93, 92, and 93 to those Dallas Cowboys, and it burned Eddie D up. It's like if you had $1 billion tucked away and you own the 49ers, your competitive instincts would say, you know what? I am not losing to these people again. Eddie D went out and got it, man. Eddie D did not play. And a couple times he ready to fire Bill Walsh, man. Bill, you coming up short. I'm getting rid of you. They had to let calmer heads prevail. But yeah, that 94 roster, it won't unlike it, man. Please pull it up. Look at those Pro Bowlers and all pros on that team. Offensive line, man. You had Jesse Sapolo, you had Steve Wallace was in there. Man, we're just loaded.
It says here that the cap space started in 1994.
Yeah.
That's the year the 49ers had their team together. So
yeah, man. So
they put it together with the cap space then? They would have to.
He brought this together in 93. They enforced the hard cap the year after this roster because Eddie D was just buying up all the ball players. Yeah. Eddie D could bring in whoever he wanted. Kenny Norton Jr. Kenny Norton Jr. was a Cowboy. Eddie D said, man, I'll pay you. Come on over here. Ricky Waters, he just had Bryant Young, Steve Young, Brent Jones, John Taylor was on that roster.
So you would say that the Eagles roster is like as if they didn't have cap space kind of type roster. Because that's what you're saying. Because it took a team with no cap space to get this done.
I gotta say, I will say it like this, Wolfie.
I've never seen anything like that.
The GM for the Philadelphia Eagles is masterful in working with the cap space and bringing in
Harry Roseman's the
possible unit he can. He has done an outstanding job. Truly outstanding job. I gotta throw Nick Sirianni in there. For the team that you have, you were brilliant in that Super Bowl for that plan that you had to run that ball the way you did and take your shots. He ran it 45 times. He threw it only 22. That is what you're supposed to do. I think Kyle Shanahan had the same, the identical roster in that Super Bowl we played Kansas City.
No.
He did. We had
no, he did not.
We had a top 5.
No, okay, that's where we disagree, brother. No
top
way.
5 defense, and we had the offensive. All right, listen to me. We had the offensive player of the year at running back, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
They had the
I'm gonna tell you why it's not the same.
All right, they had the offensive player of the year. Okay. We had 2 All-Pro wide receivers, didn't we?
But they were not man beaters.
No. I ain't saying
That
all that.
matters though. No, that matters because that's how they beat us because we didn't have
just listen to the talent. Listen to the talent. We had BA and we had Debo, right? They had Smith and they had Brown.
And they had them run routes. Well, all the weakness to those players was just
but listen to me, Wolfie. We had we didn't have their offensive line. We did not have their offensive line. I gotta admit that. The Eagles had a better offensive line. But we had a quarterback who played in the Big 12, who scored 80 touchdowns when he was in college. They had 80 touchdowns and a Big 12 quarterback in college. They had a very, very good defense. We had a very, very good defense. They had basically the same structure, not exactly, but the same structure that we had. But the difference is Nick Sirianni committed to the run and ran that thing 45 times while we were 3 and outing. That's why Nick Sirianni gets the edge.
The Eagles had a better defense than the 49ers did in that Super Bowl.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'll go ahead and say that, but didn't our defense, didn't we hold Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in our defensive performance to 19 points in regulation?
The Eagles held the Chiefs to pretty much 0 until the game was over.
What was their total score?
That defense was 22. But that's when their backups came in and they gave up and the game was over. So they held that team to 0 points.
And how did our defense start off in that game against the Kansas City Chiefs?
And then what do you mean?
Weren't we holding them to virtually 0? Didn't we start off 19 points? Didn't we start? But before Greenlaw gets hurt, aren't we just stifling the Kansas City Chiefs?
Okay, so if Zach Bond got hurt, are you saying that the Eagles defense would allow 19 points? Because it wasn't because Dre Greenlaw was shutting down. Hold on, Dre Greenlaw was the one that was shutting down Patrick Mahomes. The D line for the Eagles is what was shutting down Patrick Mahomes. So it's more like
our D line was doing a masterful job. Our entire defense was doing we forced Mahomes to two turnovers.
Eagles had the best defense in the league. Okay, and by far better than ours. They had an offensive line that was the
offensive line
better than our offensive line, giving the quarterback less time, less opportunity to actually make accurate throws and accurate plays when they need them the most, which is huge, by the way. Right. Next up, you have one man beater and Brandon Ayuk. That is it. Everyone else is either a 50-50 ball on Juwan Jennings or you got Deebo Samuel that cannot separate. Was there an issue where Kyle Shanahan made Deebo Samuel the main priority with 7 targets?
But wasn't Deebo a Pro Bowler? Wasn't Deebo an All Pro? He made All Pro before. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. But how did he make a
talent? And we're just talking pure talent.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
All right, hold on, let me finish. Deebo was a Pro Bowler not because of his man-beating ability. He was a Pro Bowler because he would do jet sweeps, he would do running back things, and do screens.
Okay.
All the Chiefs had to do to shut down the 49ers was to have man beaters, which is, okay, just play man on these guys, and then we're good. While the Eagles have 2, if not 3 man beaters on their team. So they can easily, so like the approach the Chiefs did of having to stop the Chiefs, the Eagles wide receivers, it was a lot harder because you can't just go man against those wide receivers because you would get beat every time. While with the 49ers, all you had to do was beat Brandon Ayuk, while the rest you could just easily shut down. Then CMC did not show up, did not play as good as Saquon Barkley throughout the entire playoffs as well. So you have deficiencies all over this board. There's things you could take advantage of with the 49ers. While the Eagles had no holes. They could beat you in man. They could beat you with the run game. They could beat you in the trenches. They could beat you on defense. That's all they had to do. So to say that the 23 team was the same as the Eagles on tierness is, I so strongly disagree with that. That no way, by far. The Eagles had a god tier roster with 0 holes. The 49ers had a cheap offensive line, only one receiver who could beat man, a defense that wasn't even close to being good as the Eagles defense. The defensive coordinator, by the way, who is significantly better than Steve Wilkes at that. So, no. I know Vic Fangio. No, dude, Vic Fangio is better than Steve Wilkes. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this, dude. Vic Fangio is better than Steve Wilkes, brother. Stop it. So look. The 49ers also had to deal with a significant managers. Like Crazy Juice said, Feliciano going out was a big deal. Dre Greenlaw going out, that's a big deal. The muff punt, big deal. Like bad luck things happening all over the place. That which held back the team from succeeding. Totally understand. But I can find holes in that 49ers team than I could with the Philadelphia Eagles. And I hope you know I'm not yelling at you. This is just me being passionate because we disagree.
No, I'll let you get it all out because I'll come back with my rebuttal.
And I don't think, and I just if I'd much rather have AJ Brown, and Devontae Smith than I would rather have Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. I'd much rather have those two because I know that if Brock Purdy dropped back, I can trust A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith, one of them to get open to make a play. Brock Purdy's the one that has to throw accurately with a shitty offensive line and having to make things happen. So, that's where I'll leave it. I think the Eagles had 0 holes while the 49ers team had obviously things that you could take advantage of. And that I believe that's everything I have to say about that. So go right ahead. Your turn.
The San Francisco 49ers had the offensive player of the year in the backfield.
You can win offensive player of the year and the other offensive player of the year not be the same.
Okay.
You can have one being better than the other and one winning the award that year.
Okay.
Especially when that Saquon Barkley had the offensive line that he had compared to what CMC had.
Okay.
I'm just responding to you. I'm not. If I'm cutting you off, let me know.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I'm not trying to cut you off.
And I'm gonna give you your full time to respond. Did the San Francisco 49ers have the offensive player of the year in the backfield the same way that the Philadelphia Eagles had the offensive player of the year in the backfield at running back? Did they not?
They both had offensive player of the year. I will say that. But one offensive player of the year has a generational, historical offensive line.
All I can say is they both had a really, really good running back in the backfield. Whether it was Derrick Henry, whether it was Saquon Barkley, whether it was Christian McCaffrey, you had a really good running back in the backfield, did you not?
You had a really good running back, yes.
Okay.
But can a running back be 2 folds better if they had a generational historic offensive line?
So their offensive player of the year was better than our offensive player of the year.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, because
nonetheless, both were offensive players of the year at running back, weren't they? Okay.
Yeah. Did CMC have almost break the rushing record? Was CMC the reason why we won playoff games that year? He wasn't.
A pretty big contributor. A pretty big contributor, I would say.
He wasn't. He was practically a ghost. He was practically a ghost in that playoffs. Saquon Barkley was the reason why they won games.
All right. Oh, okay. Saquon Barkley ran for 2,005 yards in last year. 1,400 of his yards were before contact. That is a truly astonishing. That is 73
So
or
you agree
it
with
is
me?
69.8% of his yards were before contact. That means
Exactly. They're one and
offensive
the same.
line,
So
that
if
means
you
that
put
offensive line
CMC,
was incredible.
that's what I'm
I,
saying. The offensive line is like people don't understand how big of a deal the offensive line, that having that kind
yes,
of.
sir.
If you put CMC behind that offensive line, he might very well have the same exact outcome as Saquon Barkley did.
Okay.
I totally agree with that. But that's what I'm trying to say is the effectiveness of your running back was way different because you could take advantage of that trash offensive line to get to CMC than you could to Saquon Barkley with on the Eagles. Like a running back needs their offensive line, just like a
Yes,
quarterback
sir.
needs an offensive line.
You
So
better have it.
the
Yes,
two
sir.
that you could say that they had offensive player of the year, but like on the Giants, man, Saquon Barkley, some people were saying he's washed and done because he had a
Yeah.
trash offensive line. So the offensive line comes with the running back. So if you're going to say, like, if you have a generational elite, one of the greatest offensive linemen we've ever seen, while Brock Purdy and CMC had one of the worst offensive lines in the league, right? You're not going to be, you're going to have your holes. You're going to have your problems. Those players are not going to play up to what you expect them to be, what they actually are. While Hurts and Saquon Barkley, the wide receivers, the tight end, can play at their max ability because you have an elite offensive line where Jalen Hurts has all the time in the world and Saquon Barkley has all the holes in the world.
Okay.
And so it's just kind of, it allowed the Eagles' offensive line allowed the max ability of their offense to perform at their max capabilities.
Okay.
The defense
Okay.
for the Eagles, they were able to play the max ability because no one got hurt, and that D line was better than the four.
You froze on me. You there? Go ahead, keep talking. There you go. All right, you there.
All right. So I think the Eagles roster had no holes and was better than the 49ers roster because their holes and the injuries sure as hell did not help. Could they have been better if they had a better offensive line? For sure. If they had a better D line, I think so, that for sure as well. They had holes, man. And I just don't think that if you gave Brock that, if you put Brock and CMC on that Eagles team with all that stuff going on there, they score more points. They win more. They dominate more. Like,
Okay.
if you told me the Eagles had a muff punt, their best player had an injury, their offensive line was absolutely atrocious, all those things that you matched, like that's what I'm saying. There's like 5 to 6 things you can mention that happened to the 49ers that didn't happen to the Eagles, or that the Eagles have, the 49ers don't have.
And would you say that if the Eagles or if the 49ers would have employed the same game plan that the Eagles did, we would have been more successful?
That the differences with that, though, no, I don't think it would have been as successful. Why? The D line for the Chiefs was dominant while our offensive line was trash. So if you wanted to run the game, if you wanted to run the ball as much as the Saquon Barkley did, as the Eagles did, you better have a dominant offensive line to do what you're able to do there. And that's not, and they could not afford it because their plan was fun. To me, the 49ers plan for in general, offensively at the time was fine to me. Juwan Jennings was on fire. Like, everyone was doing their thing. The only thing that I disagree with that lost us that Super Bowl on when it comes to the offense, I'm not talking about the muff punt and the injury because that obviously contributed.
Okay.
But the mistake when it comes to Kyle, what he should have done was not make Debo the priority and should have made Ayuk the priority, because that was the difference on offense. Giving Debo 11 targets while Ayuk is not getting enough targets when he has constant separation. He's your one man beater out there. And that was the thing they were constantly doing, and not to adjust to that. I think that was the problem. I don't think it was running the ball. I think it was you putting the ball in the wrong person's hands, which was Debo's instead of Ayuk's. That's the disagreement I have with it.
And I'll push back and say the problem was this third quarter I'm looking at. We took a 10-3 lead into halftime. Usher comes out on the skates. I think I think Usher did the halftime, right? It was a long halftime. We
I don't
back,
remember times, man.
we came back, and in the third quarter, we threw the ball for incompletes on 3 straight possessions. Wow.
How many of those balls were thrown to Debo Samuel?
Okay, to Debo Samuel, whomever, somehow all I saw was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. We didn't utilize the run the way that the Eagles utilized the run and committed to, we are running this ball. I think Kyle Shanahan blew it. I think he blew it before when we played the Kansas City Chiefs in the first Super Bowl. I think Kyle Shanahan blew it again when he was with the Atlanta Falcons. All I see is Kyle Shanahan blowing it in big moments. Kyle Shanahan is the James Harden.
James Harden's never been in the finals.
NFL coaches, great regular season. You don't have a problem in the regular season. You all that in a bag of Don P. But when it comes to the big game, I can't find you, bro.
Right now,
I can't find you.
Kyle is LeBron James.
I can't.
Kyle's LeBron James. He gets the finals.
No, LeBron James has titles.
Yeah, but he's got
James
more
has
titles than victory.
James Harden does not. No. You aren't to the level of LeBron James. Kyle, stop it.
Kyle's not done.
You blow it in the big moments. You get this notoriety for being a great, great coach. You're the best thing ever. Nobody can. Your system is this and that. But when it comes to the big game, you're nut up, bruh.
Playoff
you're
games
nut up. He's James Harden. No titles. No titles. You're not LeBron James. You is Harden. You Harden.
Harden hasn't been to the finals.
Harden has been to the finals. Well, he was is the Western Conference. Harden was in it when he used to play with OKC. And here's another point. Multiple teams. It follows him. He was with KD. He was with Westbrook back when they played with Oklahoma City. Harden blows it in big games. So does Kyle. Kyle was with Atlanta. Kyle was with Atlanta, blowing it. He doesn't run the ball. Nick Sirianni is a better coach.
Okay. You cannot blame you can, I guess, if you want to. I people do, I guess. But for me personally, I don't know how you blame the offensive coordinator for a 28-3 loss. His job was to score more than 21 points, and he did that. So I just don't understand the score 21 points or more. Okay. That's your job. The rest is the defense's job. Why doesn't the defense get enough shit for that loss? That while Kyle Shanahan seems to get most of that blame. And I understand you want to blame Kyle for the 2019 loss against the Kansas City Chiefs. I blame Jimmy G. There was a perfectly good deep ball that Jimmy G just had to nail to Emmanuel Sanders, and everything changes, and Kyle Shanahan wins the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that would have changed everything. Then in the one Super Bowl I would give him blame for is without a doubt this most recent one. This one I would give him shit for, because why are you giving the ball to Debo Samuel when Ayuk's been the man beater? And you can obviously see, like, not having your second. That's one that I kind of agree with you, like just doing passing stuff, not running the ball at coming into the half. When you have a lead, that's what you got to do. So I would blame the 23 Super Bowl on him. I would see that for sure, because you need to adjust. You need to understand that they're going man to man on you. So it's like, okay, go to your man beater. And that is Brandon Ayuk, not Debo Samuel. But you know what? He was like, no, let's game plan Debo Samuel, throw him this ball. Let's do that. And that was the mistake. I agree with that. But the 28-3 one, I don't blame Kyle. The 2019 one, I blame Jimmy G, because the scheme was perfect. It worked out in the end, but Jimmy G kept, like, fourth quarter, dude, he folded. That was all Jimmy G folding. Could not make a pass. He could not make a dink and dunk. He suddenly became
now let me ask you this. How many yards were we averaging running the football per carry?
In what game?
The Super Bowl with Jimmy G lost. The one you say Jimmy G messed up and threw. He threw an interception. He did a couple of things. How many yards per carry were we averaging in that 2019 Super Bowl, which I was in Miami for? How many yards were we running for per carry?
I look it up, but you can just tell me because I don't know.
6.1 yards per carry.
Got it. Now,
why aren't you running the ball, Kyle? This is Kyle. When you throw it at Jimmy G, and you done put Jimmy G as your straw man, it's because Kyle made Jimmy G the straw man by throwing the ball. Don't throw that ball. Run.
But he was playing great. No, Jimmy G was playing good for 3 straight.
No, he was. Jimmy G was scared out of his wits.
He was playing
Jimmy G was closing his eyes and throwing the ball. I got it on footage. I was there. Jimmy G was scared out of his wits, and you got Deebo Samuels and Breida running for 6 yards per carry. Don't put it on Jimmy G. Run the ball. And that's why I say Soriani in the biggest moments just runs the ball. Commit to the run and run the ball. If you know your quarterback ain't that good,
their identity.
If you know you can't get separation, run the ball. Take time off the clock. Run. It's just the gamesmanship of winning the daggone game.
The Eagles' whole entire thing is run the ball because you have an elite historic offensive line, and that's what you got to do. And that's what they did. The 49ers, what their thing was? Run the ball and play action. It's not just run the ball. It's not all that. They ran the play action
and the Eagles did play action, and when they did, it was open and successful because they committed to the run. Do you realize in that Super Bowl that the Eagles ran the ball 45 times and only threw it 22 times?
Because that's all they ever
in our Super Bowl. February 1st, 2024, Brock has 38 attempts, and we don't have but 22 rushing attempts from Christian McCaffrey. We did
Christian McCaffrey. How many yards was Chris McCaffrey at?
Completely the wrong way. We did it completely the wrong way.
The Christian McCaffrey fumbled a football in that game.
He fumbled at the beginning of that. Yes, the first possession, Christian McCaffrey fumbles the ball. Yeah, everybody. Okay, he fumbled the ball the first game. I think Trent Williams had a penalty the first drive of the game. Yes, it's the first drive. The game ain't over. You got what, 60? It's 60 minutes in the game, right? It's 60 minutes. This was the first 4. We still got a whole bunch after that.
You want to know the difference between that?
Go ahead.
It's not just the offensive line. We were winning games because of Brock Purdy. Because we were winning those playoff games because of Brock Purdy. We were not losing. He's on his phone right now. But you can hear me. Okay, so if Saquon Barkley was the reason why they won games in their playoff game, was the reason why they were getting it done. CMC was nowhere to be found in those playoff games. In the Super Bowl, he was not playing very good. CMC was not playing good at all. So, yes, of course, them running the ball and leaning on Saquon Barkley in the run game and the read option and all that would work. You want to know why? Because Saquon Barkley, from the first big game of the playoffs against the Packers, all the way into the Super Bowl, Saquon Barkley consistently played great, and you can always rely on him, especially the offensive line. While Brock Purdy was the reason why you were winning games and got you to the Super Bowl. CMC got that one really crazy run at the end of the game when we pretty much beat the Packers, got extra garbage time yards, a garbage time touchdown. So that's the only thing you can say about CMC in that playoff game. So I understand why you're like, okay, we had 6 point whatever yards a carry in that 29 Super Bowl. In this previous Super Bowl, though, the reason why we're there is because of Brock Purdy. So you put it in Brock Purdy's hands and you put it in the receiver's hands at that point. Because CMC was not showing up.
The receivers' hands who cannot get separation.
I understand that. But if your running back is not showing up when you need him.
Christian McCaffrey had 22 rushes for 80 yards in this Super Bowl. That is 3.63 yards per carry. We had some other running backs out there. We had Elijah Mitchell. He had 2 attempts, 8 yards. That's 4 yards a carry. You utilized
That's
Deebo
not
Samuel
on that. You don't lean on that.
Okay. You utilize Deebo Samuel sometimes running the ball. Did you not? Didn't we utilize Deebo as a running back sometimes?
We did that in the Super Bowl.
Okay. He had 3 attempts at rushing, only 8 yards, but those are 3 running backs right there. You need to run the rock.
You want to run the ball.
You need to take the time off the clock. There is nobody in the history of football that has put up a stat on the sideline. This is how you win.
You just made my point that you cannot rely on the running backs in this playoff series because Christian McCaffrey, 3.6 yards a carry. You have Elijah Mitchell. Yeah, 4 yards a carry. It's technically, if you run it 3 times or whatever, you get it. But that's still not good or great or something you should rely on at that point. Deebo Samuel was getting shut down left and right. So it's kind of like your whole run game plan, your whole screen game, your whole jet sweep thing wasn't working. You were getting shut down throughout the entire playoffs.
3 times he tried.
It was Brock Purdy and his legs and his accuracy that was getting it done.
Elijah Mitchell was going 4 yards a carry. Christian McCaffrey, 3.63 yards. If I give you the ball, every time you get 3.6 yards a carry, how many yards do you need for a first down?
There's no way you're going to tell me that we should rely on a running back that's getting 3.6 yards a carry in a Super Bowl. If so, then that means you should rely on all 32 running backs in the NFL that are starting. Because 3.6 yards a carry is not something you rely on. That is 4 yards a carry is not something you rely on.
For the season, I'm sure his average was somewhere around 4 or 5.
Well, there's a difference between Dak Prescott.
But you have to commit to the run, which Saquon Barkley wasn't getting that good an average either. But you have to commit to the run.
Saquon Barkley was playing phenomenal from the Packers game all the way up into the Super Bowl, dude.
So was Christian McCaffrey. For the year, Christian McCaffrey he was the offensive player of the year.
I get that. But a regular season award and what you do, we established this, man. What you do in the regular season is not the same as what you do in the playoffs. It's not the same. It's a different beast. Every game's a big game. It's what matters most. And what were you doing? You separate the regular season and the playoffs. If so, then Dak Prescott is a top 5 quarterback in this league. Lamar Jackson, you know what he is? He's the greatest quarterback ever.
Lamar is the James Harden of quarterbacks. Regular season, great. So big game, can't find him. Can't find him. Christian McCaffrey in the 2023 season, Christian McCaffrey ran the ball 272 times. He had 1,459 yards in the playoffs. In the playoffs that year,
he had a garbage time touchdown against the Packers when the game was over, when Brock Purdy already won the game. The reason why you were in that Super Bowl in 2023 was because of Brock Purdy and the passing game and his legs, not because of the run game of CMC, Elijah Mitchell, or Deebo Samuel. So to say that the run game is what would have saved us in that Super Bowl, I don't know how you could say that if they all had 4 yards a carry, 3.6 yards a carry. Deebo Samuel wasn't doing anything.
Christian McCaffrey averaged 5.36 yards a carry for the 2023 season. Christian
That's
McCaffrey
the season,
very
not the playoffs.
he was a very effective running back. Elijah Mitchell averaged somewhere around 5 yards a carry for the season. You run the ball, Wolfie.
But the playoffs is the different
My
beast.
point is this, and everybody who's listening, if the San Francisco 49ers would have ran the ball the same way that and committed to the run, the same way the Philadelphia Eagles did in their Super Bowl, 99% certain we are victorious. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
And Nick Sirianni and his crew really did a masterful job of running the football, committing to the run, and off of that, running play action. That's what you're supposed to do.
All right.
That's it.
All right. Okay. Okay. You said your piece. You think we should have ran the ball. I've said my piece on why I think we were doing what we were supposed to do with Brock Purdy. We there, but I will ask you this. What was the reason why we won playoff games in 2023? Who was the reason why?
We had to have some phenomenal plays by Brock Purdy against Detroit. We had to come back. We were dead in the water against Detroit, and we were dead in the water with the Packers as well. Or the Packers had gained some real momentum, as I can remember, and Brock Purdy had some really, really good games. He did.
So you agree that we won those playoff games because of Brock Purdy?
But it took a collective. Everybody does, but Brock was a catalyst. Brock Purdy definitely was a catalyst in those wins. And I am not, you know me, I am chairman of Rockefeller, CEO of Rockefeller Records. I love some Brock. And yes, Brock really did a hell of a job against Detroit, a hell of a job against the Packers, a hell of a job against Seattle when he played, a hell of a job against the Cowboys.
Did we win any of those playoff games because of CMC, because of the run game? We did not.
We didn't. We didn't run very much.
Why would you do the same thing the Eagles did when what worked for them to get them to the Super Bowl was them running the football?
Yeah,
it worked effectively through all the games, all the way up to the Super Bowl, dominated. That's the reason why they got there. Why would you go to a 3.6 yards a carry, 4 yards a carry running back situation? A Deebo Samuel who's not effective.
Because
why would you turn to that and then ignore the reason why you got there in the first place because of Brock Purdy, because of his legs, because of his ability to throw the football?
Because that's the way you win. That's the way you win. It's not done on statistics.
That's not how they won.
You commit to the run and you draw those linebackers up to open up your pass game.
If you don't have the offensive line.
If you have not committed to the run, you simply become a passing team. And Brock Purdy threw 38 times against Kansas City, while CMC didn't have but 22 carries. That's what I'm saying. It's the play calling. It's Kyle. That's not Brock saying, I'm just going to take it over and I'm going to throw it. That is confidence in those plays.
All right. Okay. All right. So, all right. We'll move on to the next subject, but clearly we disagree on what I think that Kyle had necessarily the right idea, but just did
Eagles rush attempts. I see Tiles to say Eagles rush attempts 34, 49 rush attempts 28. That's by running backs. Okay. Okay. But it was 45 rushes in total, Ty. Running back, quarterback, wide back, Maybach, fatback, run the daggone ball and make a team respect your run and then pop it over their heads, particularly against a team who can man up against you across the board. This is just simple. This is
That's it. Fat Pat.
I ain't got nothing else to tell you. It's just what you do. You run, you commit to the run to win games. And Kyle doesn't do that. Kyle do crazy stuff. I'm just saying, all the proof is in the pudding. We have zero Super Bowls with Kyle Shanahan, and we done been to 3. That's all I can say.
That's the disagreement. We both agree that the 2024 Super Bowl, Kyle made a mistake. But what we disagree on is what he should have done. You think we should have ran the ball? Whatever. I think that we should not have just made Deebo Samuel the priority in the passing game, and I think we would have been fine. The Jawan Jennings thing that he was doing was great.
And we find common ground there, because you said we shouldn't have been committing to throw the ball to Deebo. I'm saying we shouldn't have even been throwing the daggone ball that much.
You have that take, and then we're letting people have their opinions on that kind of type of that Super Bowl, if they agree with you, if they don't agree with you. Clearly you're passionate about that. You think the running the ball was the case. I think that the game plan was just a little bit off, but we can all agree there was also some bad luck contributors where
there were turnovers
going wrong.
But the plus minus meaning did they turn it over too? Yes, we got possessions from Patrick Mahomes throwing us an interception, and Pacheco fumbled the ball too. So plus minus, we fumbled twice.
Yeah, their defense their defense is fully healthy and could stop Patrick Mahomes like that. So Jalen Hurts could throw that interception, it wouldn't have mattered because that defense was fully healthy, ready to go, and better than the 49ers defense.
And our 49ers was full go, and we held them to 3 points at the half. We held them to 10 points in the third quarter and 2 field goals in the fourth. Our defense was very effective. The game is 21. Your defense can hold you to under 21 points in playoff football. Your defense is effective and it has done its job.
That muff punt made it 10-10. The fumble didn't help. Give him the 3
points off turnovers. Points off turnovers kills you. It does. And it was a muff punt. They got a possession, a short field, and they scored off of that. And that was after Greenlaw was injured and he was out with a torn Achilles. But what I'm saying is run the ball in situations to take time off the clock. Run the ball in situations to keep their best players off the field. Run the ball and commit to it. So in play action, you can play off of it, and it opens and gives you separation.
The running wasn't working,
and we just let me just get it out, Wolfie. All just right. When you run the ball, big games, it opens up 3 dimensions of winning. You take time off the clock. You allow your defense to get rest. You keep the other team off the field offensively, and they cannot hurt you. And it opens up your play action passes. It opens up separation because it sucks the linebackers up. Pause. When it's time to throw those intermediate passes to your tight ends, to your receivers on shallow crosses and things of that nature. Just running the ball in pivotal moments is what you're just supposed to do to win championship games, particularly when you're an offense, you're a team, you're a system predicated on running the football. Sirianni did it, and they won. We didn't. We lost. That's my point. Congratulations, Philadelphia Eagles. Y'all
but it's
are the
not
world
the same.
champions, and you deserved it because you did it right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they did it right because they should have done that. It's just weird. I don't.
And we should have as well.
No, we shouldn't have because it wasn't working. It was not working. I don't know how you can say that we should have done what the Eagles did when it was not working. I don't understand. Like, I understand that, like, if the running the ball was great, if CMC was phenomenal throughout the playoffs, if he was the reason we were winning playoff games, then yeah, man, I'm all on board, dude. If our offensive line can open up holes for CMC, man, doing all the things, yes. What the Eagles did was right. They should have ran the football. They should have done what they're doing. But what the 49ers did was also on the right track. The reason you were there was because of Brock Purdy, your quarterback. That's the reason why you were in that Super Bowl. So to get away from that and just be like, you should just run the ball when you got 3.6 yards a carry, 4 yards a carry going on with a terrible offensive line does I have to let it go. I understand that, but like when you end it off with they should have done this and they were wrong for doing it. It's like I have to defend that because it does not. It doesn't compute to me when you say like they should have done this when it wasn't working, and that's why I know I should let it go, and I know I should be like let you end it off on that. Finding it hard.
It's cool.
It's the same.
It's all right. I'll let our viewers y'all decide. And you probably agree with Wolf. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we should have went on and did exactly what we did and lost the Super Bowl. Okay.
It was practically destined.
Okay, we lost. Hey, Spongy's in the building. What's up, Spongy, man? Congratulations, Eagles. Y'all won the Super Bowl. I loved how y'all game plan and did it.
I love that game plan too.
They were committed to stopping Saquon Barkley, and Saquon was not running. He didn't have a stellar game. They were committed to stopping Saquon Barkley, but that opened up a lot for the passing game, and y'all took your shots and you won the Super Bowl. Wolfie is saying, hey man, throw that thing. the run ain't going. CMC ain't all that. Just throw it to receivers who can't get separation. And I don't know.
The game plan was just for the wrong receiver. It was for Debo because Kyle loves Debo.
So it was throwing it, but we threw it to the wrong receiver. Okay.
Yeah, 11 targets, 3 receptions. On man coverage, when you know Debo's not a man beater, of course. Juwan Jennings was going off, wasn't he not?
Juwan Jennings was going to be the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, so like if you just transitioned those passes to Brandon Ayuk instead of Debo there, I promise you, 11 targets to Brandon Ayuk, dude, against whatever corner, I promise you're getting more than 3. Like for sure, 50-50 balls even.
And Juwan Jennings was going to be the Super Bowl MVP for 2 reasons. He threw a touchdown, and he ran one too.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some of these comments here, and then I got one more question for you, and then we'll bounce. We'll bounce out here. We got a lot of people in this chat. I'll try to get. There's too many to go through. Too many comments to go through. Because a lot of people are really passionate about our conversation as well, which I love to see. I love to see.
I know, and I love our chats, man. The Wolf Pack and the Golden Domers are in the building. Shout out to each and every one of you. I see the Regal Eagle there. Regal Eagle, congratulations! You won the Super Bowl. You ran the ball.
Without a doubt. Appreciate it, Wolf. Regal Eagle podcast. I appreciate it. Hey. We're both passionate, man. It's all about passion. We both love our team. We love the sport. And that's what I always talk about. You guys are what makes this live what it is. You guys come in here and make great comments and great conversations and stuff like that. And you guys are here to see a show and stuff like that. So I try not to hold back or try to also not cross the line either. So not cross the line, but also don't hold back, show passion, because you guys are here to see a show, not just, yeah. So
I'm gonna go get something to drink. Hold on.
All right. So I'm not like, I firmly believe that you guys are here to see a show, and you guys are here to see me react. You guys are here to see my co-host react and just have a good time, because a lot of people can just sit here and talk about football and stuff. But I try to, my philosophy is bring something to the live, bring something to the conversation, bring passion to the conversation. And that's what I hope you guys enjoy. Right. And I hope that's what makes you guys like these shows. I don't try to half-ass these things. I don't like half-assing things. If I'm in a down mood or whatever, and I can't get past it, I don't go live. I always try to make sure, because you guys are giving me your time. You guys are taking the time to sit here and watch my show and watch me react and stuff. So I want to make sure that all my reactions, if I'm passionate about something, I want to show it. If I'm angry about something, I want to show it, because you guys are here giving me your time and you guys deserve a show, and that's what it's all about. So same thing with Terradome like knows it's a show, and that's what you guys are here for. So
Terradome knows. Yes.
So yeah.
Hey Wolfie, you know what I want for Christmas? I want this is my desk here, man, and I need a desk with a refrigerator built in, so you don't have to go to the refrigerator to get nothing. It should be a cabinet on a desk with a refrigerator. Let's look at building that and make it money.
Those are expensive though, man. Those are like $300, $500, and nobody got time for that, man. Nobody got time for that.
I know, and shoot, it will have to go to China to do it, and our our production is not good across seas right now. It'll cost a lot.
Can you send Red Jet an invite? Because I think she wants to join. Or I don't know if she wants to or not, but I think there's like a couple questions left anyway.
Red Jet, you want to come on? I'm gonna hit you on Instagram, girl. Insta chat, Instagram, the snap face.
How did I do this before? Oh, I know. No, hold on.
Insta face and the Snapchat. That's what Bill Belichick said. I don't mess with the snap face and the Insta chat. I don't do all that. We're on to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati. If you can't do it, I can. Oh, I
got her. I'm dropping it in there on Instagram right now.
Okay.
There you go, Jed. It's on your gram, man.
Yeah. So, end of the day, we both want to see this team succeed and have a good, win the Super Bowl and things of that nature.
We definitely do. Yes. I need Kyle to step up, man. He's the James Harden right now, man. Big games.
James Harden. I don't agree with that.
James Harden. I wanted to talk to Rod Calley, because Rod Calley. James Harden is the greatest, or the second greatest shooting guard ever. And
doesn't he have like a shit ton of records?
James Harden is wonderful in regular season. He's like Lamar to me. He's the Lamar Jackson of the regular season. He is a walking bucket. He puts up points. He's got the beard. He's all this. But when it comes time to it, Wolfie, when it gets tight, I can't find them in the playoffs, in the postseason. That's all I'm saying. You need to have chips to say greatness in a team sport. So some people can say great without the chips if they're really, really good. Dan Marino was really, really great. He don't have the chips, so we can never say Dan Marino is the greatest. You gotta have those chips in a team sport. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Crazy Juice. It's kind of hard to compare like players to coaches, coaches to players. I think I would agree with him on that one, unless they both have like the same trend. And I just don't. I disagree with the Harden trend there. But I do agree that Kyle definitely needs to. He has the tools. Like he's still a top 5, top 10 coach, and he has the tools. He has the ability. He's gonna make mistakes, but he's just.
innovative.
that,
He's wonderful. He is got great concepts, executes well, but just doesn't have the chips. That's why I make the parallel. That's why that's the metaphorical. It's not oranges to apples, and it's more apples to pears in terms of they fruit. They got a skin. Just let's look at how they do regular season wise. Then we got postseason wise in getting chips. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Obviously, it's a different sport. It's a different, the different skin, different player, different position, all that good stuff. But to be really, really great, considered one of the elite and one of the best, but not have that ring.
What do you think of this comparison right here? Kyle Shanahan is Jerry Sloan.
You can make that argument. Yes, sir. I agree. Crazy Juice. Where my bell at? Yeah, Crazy Juice. You hit that.
Kyle just needs a little more experience. He's been here a while, but still his first head coaching job. I think by now it's kind of we've kind of crossed that. I think he's got enough experience at this point. But I do understand what you're saying. Like,
he's paid rather handsomely. I think
he's paid handsomely.
Really?
I do get what you're saying though. Like, usually your first head coaching job, if you fail at that, your next one usually is like Andy Reid, for example. You just take off suddenly because you learn from your mistakes. You're humble.
Same thing about Andy Reid. We got the Philadelphia Eagles fans here. I know Regal Eagle had some conversations about Andy Reid back in the day, and
I hated that firing. I liked Andy Reid. I was like, you should have kept him. He was good. But they were saying the same thing about Andy Reid at the time. They were saying, he can never win the big one. He can't do it. They're saying the same exact thing, and boom, he got it done. Is Brock Purdy the 49ers future? Yes, 110%. Like, he's our guy. He's the guy. He's the dude. He's going to get it done.
I think so, Regal Eagle, but it's a lot of people who don't feel like that. They are looking to replace him. They want something else. They looking for a hero.
They think
they want whoever's gonna come in Aaron Rodgers. They want something else, and
they also think that like Brock Purdy, they think that Brock Purdy can just do work miracles with a terrible offensive line. Like, it's how Tom Brady said. Tom Brady even said this, like, I wouldn't be me without my offensive line. Exactly. He even says that offensive line is super important. You need an offensive line. These teams are winning Super Bowls, have at least a good offensive line, not even a great or elite one, but all these great quarterbacks right now have at least some good, offensive line.
I agree.
And Patrick Mahomes has a good offensive line. When he didn't have a good offensive line, guess what? He got obliterated by the Tampa Bay Bucks. So it's
there you go.
Mm-hmm. So I believe in Tom Brady, but the problem that holds Brady, not Brady, the thing that brings back that holds Brock back is that offensive line. And that's the thing that 49ers fans are just absolutely screaming about. It's like, if you just give Brock just half a second average more, like just on average a half a second longer, he can make plays, he can do more things, do better things. That's the problem. We're not getting that. It's almost as if like, and it's not just Kyle. I don't blame Kyle for this. I blame the entire front office as well, because they also agree. They think that they can get by with Kyle's mega brain to just fool defenses enough with the offensive line to be like, it doesn't matter. Well, it's like, no, dude, just give him a solid offensive line. Do something. I understand that for some reason, you think left tackle is all that matters in offensive line for some reason. You think a bum center has a high football IQ matters. And it's like, no, an offensive line is 5 dudes working together. So I just get so upset when like everything is thrown onto Brock Purdy, when it's like, if these quarterbacks are succeeding and playing really well, it's because they have at least a good offensive line. And like, it's almost if I've seen people make videos. Oh, the 49ers have a great offensive line. They have an elite. If you think he has a great elite offensive line, then you must think Brock Purdy's a freaking god. He must be the best quarterback of all time. If you think he's making the offensive line look that freaking good, because it's not. And so I get really upset when people talk about Brock Purdy, but don't talk about the offensive line as well, because that offensive line is a burden. Does not even pulling their weight. They're a burden. They're holding back Brock Purdy's ability to play. Yeah. So I'd be upset too. Also, if I'm Brock Purdy, I don't want to keep going this rant because I still have to get some other question, but it upsets me because if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm like, dude, get me a fucking center. Get me a guard. Get me a right tackle. Protect me. Let me succeed. Brock Purdy is such a good dude that he won't even point that out. He will let. No,
he bought them all Toyota trucks.
Bought them all Toyota trucks. It's like, dude, how?
Brock,
what are you doing?
Don't encourage bad behavior.
And guess what? When he bought him trucks,
Brock, you should have bought me the truck, Brock. What about me, Brock?
Ammunition to be like, see, Brock Purdy wouldn't buy him trucks if they weren't good. It's just like, dude, they're bad. So I don't.
A lot of times you buy your bad kids gifts for Christmas. He didn't make all A's. He didn't make all B's, but you still get the kids some Christmas stuff.
I think that so Brock Purdy is our guy, and one day the 49ers are going to land a 7th round undrafted offensive lineman that's going to be really great, and then we're going to work out. It's going to work out. Like Drake, Drew Moss could be the best guard, and then
he's one of the
Colby guy could be the best center, and then the right tackle. Suddenly McKivitz becomes a top 10 right tackle. That could happen.
It could happen.
But you need to luck into that. It's not like they're purposely going out and trying to get those. They're like, we got a 7th round guard for you. We got a 7th round center for you. We got an undrafted center. We got a tackle that we got after free agency in July. That was terrible last year. Maybe he'll be good for us this year. That's kind of the.
You're like, okay, yeah.
We're gonna have to luck into a good offensive line. It's not gonna be because they decided to use a high draft pick on one or spend a lot of money on one in free agency like Drew Dahlman, which would have been a great opportunity. So I do not. People just blame Kyle for that. I blame the entire front office and Chris Forrester for that, because there is no way one man, even just Kyle Shanahan, be able to say, do you see how terrible these guys playing right now? It's not, the offensive line's great. There's no way.
Wolfie, let me do this. I want to get this off. Y'all can clip this up, send it to my boy Larry Kruger. The 49ers did not always just do the best with makeshift offensive linemen. From 1976 to 1992, we would draft very good offensive linemen. Bob McKittrick was the coach. Bob McKittrick was the offensive line coach for all of these titles you see behind me. And I'm going to run this down real good. Clip it up, send it out. Randy Cross, 2nd round, UCLA. Keith Fanhorst, 2nd round, Minnesota. Lindsey Mason, 3rd round, Kansas. Bubba Paris, 2nd round, Michigan. Harris Barton, 1st round, University of North Carolina. Bruce Colley was the 7th round from Texas, Arlington. Guy McIntyre, 3rd round, Georgia. Steve Wallace, 4th round, Auburn. Roy Foster, 1st round, University of Southern California. And we got Jesse Sapolo. He was the 11th round back in the day. I think he went to Hawaii, but the reason why he was 11th round was because we had 11 rounds back then, but he went to Hawaii and nobody knew of Jesse Sapolo except guys who coached Pac-10 football, who played University of Hawaii.
Also harder to evaluate back then than it was now. because you have a
Yeah,
lot
I
more.
mean,
You have a
yeah,
lot more
you had
action.
a lot more rounds, but the reason we slipped up and got him was because Bill Walsh had played or he had coached at Stanford University. He saw Justice Apollo. The rest of the world didn't even know about Justice Apollo, so he picked him up because of intimate knowledge of coaching in the Pac-10 and playing University of Hawaii. Back in the nobody even saw University of Hawaii. It just was a great destination to go to school if you ever got it. But that's why he was so late. But if Justice Apollo had played at Auburn, had played at Alabama, or played at Texas, Justice Apollo would have been off the board in the first round, the second round, something like that. So we have invested in offensive line in our glory days in the first, second, and third round. This is not, what Kyle is doing, what the front office is doing, trying to say you can just throw some makeshift stuff together is unprecedented.
Well, especially when
I have never seen that work.
Especially when the trenches, like the offensive line, it's not like, okay, you have a bad wide receiver, you have an okay wide receiver core, right?
Yeah.
You have an okay running back or whatever. That's a single hole. That's a single thing that affects its oneself. While the offensive line is a cataclysm effect that affects the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Like, it affects all of them. It affects their ability to get open. It affects their ability to make plays. It affects the ability of the quarterback. Offensive line makes your wide receivers, running back, and quarterback better. While if you have just an okay wide receiver core, but you're an elite offensive line, that instantly makes that okay wide receiver core into a great wide receiver core. Same thing with the running back. So I would much rather, I hate to say this, I'd much rather have the Eagles offensive line and then have a running back that's mid-tier. I would much rather do that.
Yes, sir.
I'd much rather have an okay wide receiver core with Brock Purdy and an elite offensive line. I would much rather have that because it affects the entire offense. It makes the entire offense better. So why would I ignore the one thing that everything on the offense relies on? It's almost like on defense, like you know what makes the cornerbacks. The cornerbacks don't make the D-line better. The cornerbacks don't make the linebacker and safeties better. Same thing, vice versa, all that. They're all their own little separate thing. But if you have an elite pass rush, if you have an elite run-stopping defense, it instantly makes the cornerbacks, linebackers, and safeties better. So to ignore the trenches like they are, they for some reason believe the defensive line is like, you need a defensive line, man. That's to stop it. It makes everyone else better. But they don't feel that way about the offensive line. Is weird. It's so weird. I don't understand why they think the offensive line can just be okay and suddenly the wide receivers and running back and quarterback is going to make them better. Like, it's almost the opposite. It's like I much rather have an elite offensive line, an okay D line, and an okay defense. It's like flip-flops. You need to protect these players and give them more time to make plays. It's so frustrating me because it's the weirdest philosophy I have ever fracking seen in a front office where they think an offensive line does not need to be good. Like, they're the only team in all 31 teams that believe that, because at least the Giants, you know what they're doing? They're drafting offensive linemen. They just suck at doing it. Other teams have a trash offensive line. They're addressing those needs. I bet you right fracking now, the Bears with Ben Johnson and them addressing the entire offensive line, that need,
they're going to be better.
They're going to be better.
They're going to be better
because they got a better offensive line.
They went to the offensive line.
It's just.
I heard Jim Harbaugh say it. He said the offensive line is the only unit that does not depend on anybody else for success in all of football. That's how important it is. Everybody will depend on that offensive line, but that offensive line depends on no one. It depends on no one to make them better. It depends on no one to substantiate the fact that they're good. The offensive line, you could say nobody has ever in the history of this game said, well, if my receivers were better, my offensive line would be better. No, if my quarterback was better, my offensive line would be better. No, no. Offensive line makes it go. It is the engine of the car. It truly is. It is something to behold when it is dominant. Man, championships come your way. It just does. It does. It does. I've seen it time and time and time again. We are witnessing it in the moment with the Philadelphia Eagles. They have made it incredibly a priority for the offensive line to be their priority, and they have done it brilliantly and masterfully. If you
Howie's
don't,
so good at this
if
job.
you don't, you kicking up dust on the Muddy Trail. You really are. You really are. Stop doing it on the cheap. Stop thinking of it as we could just throw anything on out there. It'll be all right. We can do it. It is the engine of the car. If it blows, you're gonna blow it. Trust me.
Yeah. It's almost like if the 49ers hit on, and it's kind of why I'm coming with Wi-Fi here. If the 49ers hit on these defensive linemen, like this draft, if all the defensive linemen are a hit, right? And let's say one corner, Stout or Martin works out, their only holes next year, in my eyes, because you still have CMC, you still have a good wide receiver core that you're developing, because theoretically in this, you're saying Martin is good, and you're saying that Pearsall is good and all that. You still have your tight ends with George Kittle. He's going to be here next year for sure. The D-line, like I said, is set. You got your corners are set. Your linebackers are officially set. Yeah, maybe a free safety, but arguably the one thing that they would have left to address, they would still have all those, is the offensive line. That's the only thing that would be left to really actually theoretically be a need and have to address, because they can get away with the safeties they have now. If this draft works out, because Sigil, if he works out, if Stoughton works out, if Martin works out, and this D-line works out, they could just all focus. Go look at every single offensive lineman in all of the United States. Go to CFL. Go everywhere, okay? And they just focus on that. Boom. His team could look like the Eagles immediately, because you have the running back, you have the tight end, you have the wide receivers, you have the quarterback, you have the defense. Now all you need is just that offensive line. So I do agree. Next year, man, they just have to hit on this draft. And then next year, they don't need to hit on all the picks. They just need to hit on one or two offensive linemen next year. So out of the 11th pick, because they're going to have like 11 picks next year. Out of the 11 picks they're going to have next year, they just need to hit on one or two offensive linemen.
Gotta have them. The best you can get. Right now, the center I wanted was Parker Brailsford, University of Alabama. I wanted him this year. He went back. That NIL money, Wolfie, is
killing
us. He went back to class and he got a book bag, man, because he said, man, hey, that's about $5 million at Alabama. I ain't coming out this year. But Parker Brailsford, oh my goodness. Man,
best tackle or guard?
I love him. It's center. He is that guy. He is. He's something to behold. Y'all watch University of Alabama this year. You'll see him playing, and you'll see why I really wanted this kid.
Is there any good?
Wolfie, when you tweet him early and try to make friends, you really like a guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Feel like a jilted little schoolgirl. I'm going back to college, Terradome. Sorry.
Right. We need to check to see if the Michigan and Georgia center is any good. I know Wilson obviously got passed on. We missed out on him, but like it seems to me that this front office loves their Michigan, Georgia, kind of type guys.
They like those guys. They do.
Something like that.
And they're good teams. They're good.
Crazy. It comes to a point though. Unfortunately, we're not going to draft O-line next year, but it comes to a point though where if you have the linebackers now and you have theoretically the corners and you have the safeties and you have the D-line, like at some point you're just purposely avoiding the offensive line to just spite the fans, because you have nothing left to really actually have to draft anymore. If they nail on this draft in particular, D-line, and at least one of the corners and stuff like that. Their first round pick, whatever, be a corner, be a linebacker if that doesn't work out, or a safety. The rest of the picks, the second, third, fourth rounds, are going to have to be offensive line because there's nothing else to really okay, you need to.
I saw this coming 3 years ago. And that's why I'm so mad at Forrester. I don't like Chris Forrester because it was the draft when we didn't have any first rounders after Trey Lance. We didn't have any first rounders, and we went and got Cam Latu and Jake Moody in the third round. I said we need offensive line now. It is going to be bad if we don't get these guys now.
Jackson Jones is available, I think.
And Chris Forrester got on there and say, Kyle, me and Kyle agree, if you can take a mediocre offensive guy and make him a little bit better, it's fine. Go and get skill positions. Go get the guys that touch the ball. And I said, right then, I'm done with you, MFer. That's it.
It doesn't help.
In the history of man, I've been playing football since I was 8 years old for the Bethlehem Steelers, through middle school, through high school, through college. And an offensive lineman coach to say that, I am so done with you. I can't stand you. Get the hell on I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done.
Yeah, Chris Forrester, I feel like unlike Saleh and a couple of these other coaches on this team, I feel like they would say, hey, I want this guy, and bang on the table for this guy and stuff like that. I do think Kyle listens to that because Brian Schneider was the one.
He's Luther Van Dam on the TV series Coach, which I watch on Prime. he's Luther. He's a lovable little sidekick, and he's a crutch to Kyle. He doesn't have any.
Yeah,
and don't you dare, none of you, don't you dare compare him to Bob McKittrick, a Marine, an officer, and a gentleman. Don't you ever compare him to Bob McKittrick.
I think
I knew Bob McKittrick. Bob McKittrick got down with it. Y'all can look up Bob McKittrick on YouTube. Bob McKittrick was an offensive line coach, and it was days him and Bill Walsh would go at it. I'm going to tell you what, they did not get along. They didn't get along, but we won championships. That's the difference.
Chris Forrester, especially with the scandal that came out with him doing 8 balls and things like that and stuff like that, he kisses Kyle's ass, right? He does. Let's be honest. He does. He kisses Kyle's ass.
Yeah.
And Kyle is good friends with him as well. So you put all of that together, you're going to be the assistant coach, whatever. Yeah. You're gonna be the O-line coach, things of that nature. If you
got a promotion, he's the assistant head coach now.
If you are in a tier with Kyle, like we talked about this with players, even Debo was in there. Debo was in that tier, right? You're gonna get special treatment. You're gonna be able to say things and do whatever the hell you want more. So get away with a lot more. And sadly enough, Chris Forrester is on that roster. And the only way that Chris Forrester can go away is if by his own, literally Chris Forrester could continue to be the worst offensive line coach as of right now. And it's not mattering. It's only going to matter is if Chris Forrester, and I'm not saying I want this to happen, is if he dies, gets seriously injured, or he decides to quit. That's the only way it seems for us to move on from this guy.
As far as Kyle is, it's a Supreme Court appointment.
Exactly.
He's on the Supreme Court, and ain't nothing you can do.
It's just not. He's not going anywhere.
You good, Chris? No matter what, man. But
all right. So let's go ahead and get to the last question, and then we'll bounce because it's a topic that I don't think we've talked about yet. That's happened. We're obviously aware of the George Kittle signing and stuff like that. I think we talked about that. But the one thing we didn't talk about that came out a couple days later was the 49ers were offered a second-round pick for George Kittle. My question to you is, we love George Kittle. We know he'd be, but he's also old. He's 31 years old. We don't know what that second-round pick was. We don't know where that pick could have been. It could have been late rounds. It could have been early, mid. We don't know. Was it smart for the San Francisco 49ers to not take the second round pick? And are you satisfied with the signing? Obviously, of course. Like, are you satisfied with how everything unfolded with the decisions on George Kittle in general? So it's the second round pick, the short drama thing that happened, and all that, how it unfolded, signing him so early, like the whole thing. But the main thing being the second round pick. How do you feel about that? And was that the right thing to do?
Wolfie, the short answer is I am 100% very fine with the decision that was made to extend the great George Kittle. I'll give you some background on my question by asking another question. If you worked a job, which a lot of us do, everybody works a job, and they said, we're not going to pay you U.S. currency. We will pay you in lottery tickets. Would you work at that company? Would you take that? What you could get now, these lottery tickets, you probably earn $5,000, but we're gonna give you $5,000 in lottery tickets. Would you take it?
Absolutely not.
That is how you look at a good, solid, future Hall of Fame ball player versus taking picks in the second round, in the first round. The draft is a lottery. These picks that we pick, 50% of them, conventional wisdom says 50% of them won't even make the team. Yeah. Of those 50% that make the team, 2, 3 may start. Of those 2, 3 that may start, 1 may make a Pro Bowl one day. That's about how it always shakes out. And if you get in the mindset of thinking a pick or where you got picked is quantifiable to that of the production, of the energy, of everything that you have committed and seen from a ball player, you in bad shape. You in bad shape. You just taking lottery tickets. So again, short answer, man, don't mess with no daggone picks. A second rounder. What the second rounder gonna be? How you know he gonna work? You don't know. It'll probably be the wrong position. It'll probably be stupid.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that 110%. Like, it's not like George Kittle is a bum, and it's not like he's washed either. So it's not like you're getting a steal and you want to get out from. It's not a Deebo Samuel situation where you want to get out from under that and you want to take whatever draft. Yeah. George Kittle is a leader. He's still a great blocker, still a good guy in the receiving. He has not washed in any shape or form. So, like you said, you're not guaranteed with that second round pick. You're not guaranteed to replace that production, that leadership, that kind of type of player with that second round pick. So I 110% agree. I'm glad that if there really was a second round pick offered, I'm glad that we didn't take it. Ashton here is right that it's not for sure. It's just a rumor thing. And that's the thing I wanted to verify. I'll clarify that. But it's just the conversation of, would you do it? Would you not do it if there was a second round pick? Because I have seen fans and non-fans as well, say, you should have took the second round pick. You should have took second round picks. You could have got something, even if you didn't want to tie it in, you could have got something better. So it's not like you're getting rid of a guy who's washed or he's productive to this team. He's important to this team. He plays really well still. So I understand a second round pick is valuable. There's the lottery ticket, the chances of you getting something good is a lot higher than it was like a 5th or a 6th round pick. But there's no guarantee you're going to replace that kind of production. Not to mention, you never trade a player who's still good at his job, that's what George Kittle is, for one piece. It's kind of like the DeForest Buckner thing. I hate it. absolutely hated that we traded one first-round pick for one guy. You
never
trade one lotto ticket for a commodity.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
Don't ever do it.
So I am without a doubt not a fan of trading George Kittle for a second round pick. I'm glad that if it turns out to be true, then I'm glad we didn't do it. I'm glad we signed him. I'm glad we kept him. He's definitely important to this team. He's one of those players where if we were to end up trading him, there would be huge backlash. There may be like one or two fans here and there that'd be happy with it, not thinking about the player and what he really is. Like, oh, we don't use him anyway, so you might get rid of him, blah, 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 blah. But he's a type of player, man, that you just can't replace. And at the time, man, the most highest point tight end that was taken was at the 42nd pick, which was Mason Taylor. So was the pick higher before that? Not to mention Mason Taylor would have been a little bit of reach because he's more of a third-round tight end. Same thing with Harold Fannin Jr. I love Harold Fannin Jr. I think he's the best receiving tight end in this draft.
I like him. Bowling Green guy, right? Yeah.
But I'm not flipping Harold Jr. for George Kittle. I'm not doing that because Fannin Jr. can't do the blocking thing. He can't do the leadership thing. There's things that he can't do as a prospect. That would be the problem there, switching it out. There's nobody that was in this draft in the second round that can do anything remotely close to what Kittle can do. So you take something down, you take something worse with not even coming close to that production of George Kittle. So yeah, I'm glad, especially in a window where you have a bunch of other young guys that you want to develop. He's a leader for those guys. Not to mention in a window where your schedule's easy. And so technically this is almost still like a Super Bowl window. Yeah. Considering the schedule. So you don't want to get worse there either. You don't want to just take on a rookie. You're taking on enough rookies as it is on the D line, your third corner, your free safety. You're taking on enough. You don't want to put yourself in more of a situation like that. So I 100% agree. I'm shocked. I am so shocked to this day that people I've seen one or two people say, for 49ers fans, he's old. You got to get rid of him.
Hey, man.
About the name too much. I'm like, not the name, man.
It's people out here that will gamble their rent money or their mortgage money or they you can't take the American public has really let me down a lot of times. Don't take it with a grain of salt, man. All we could do is stay actual and factual. People will do some things. I look at the website on it's not a website, it's a page. F around and find out. Every day. That is my favorite Twitter page. You can find Terra Dome on F around and find out. People do stupid stuff. They do. Don't put your faith in some folks, man. They crazy.
Yeah. And again, yes, Kittle totally played ball in the contract negotiations this time too. He did 110%. Like that's why I did quotations when I said the Kittle drama, because it was like short-lived. It was non-existent. It was, he's holding out because the camp thing. And Kittle was like, no, that's not true. And then being like, oh, I don't want to be the highest paid tight end, even though it turned out to be true. There was little to no drama. So I used quotations when I said that. So this offseason has been, we'll get out of here right now real quick, but just a real quick statement. This has been the greatest.
Look at Papa J. He said, never gamble with the rent money. That's stripper money.
Papa J always comes in there.
Papa J, crazy, man. Love you, man.
This has been the greatest offseason in 49ers history that I can remember, recent history. It's no good. One, and there's people out there trying to take that away from me, man. There's people out there that are saying this and that. But I know my truth, and I know the truth. They apparently weren't paying attention last year, year before that, when we didn't have a quarterback before that. Like they don't know. This has been the best offseason ever. And so, there's some 49ers fans out there that are trying to take that away by saying, oh, we didn't draft offensive linemen, so everything's bad. And it's like, no, not everything is bad. Yeah, I do agree. It's a need, something we should have done. But there's some good things happening, man. There's some good things.
Great things happening. It's
So
some great things, and we have optimism and in looking for towards the future, putting Robert Saleh in play. It's gonna, man, I'm telling you, it's gonna be so much better if we just shore up the business side of it with Brock and Fred Warner.
It's the last two things, man.
We're gonna be. It is looking really, really good. We can do some things. I feel real good with this. The decisions that have been made, the drafts that have been made. They're trying with the offensive line with the 7th round pick. I think it's Connor Kobe or Kobe Con. The more I look at him on film, he's an Iowa guy, and they come off they come out of the womb eating corn and blocking. These guys. Iowa guy, I love an Iowa offensive lineman and tight end. Pause. I guess that came off a little something. Yeah, but the Nick Martin, I thought that was a reach at the time. It was some other guys I thought would fit, but I can still see why we would do it. I'm pulling for him.
Yeah.
But man, everybody needs to go and check out that interview with CJ West, the great John Chapman. Shouting you out again, John. See, that's what I do on my show, John. Shouting out John Chapman. Incredible interview. And just, I took notes as the kid was talking, man. He said things like, let me look at it here. Mindset, passion, being a dog, preparing himself. I am the dog, he said. Just he was around some JMU and ODU guys, which are small schools in Virginia, but he felt a kinship around. When guys like Virginia guys, I perk up. I because we different folks, we cut a little different. Playing violently. He says, I play more violently at the next level. He said the center for Seattle, he can't block me. Oh my God. He was getting me loose, bro. I was like, oh Lord.
Get you excited. Yeah.
Like Nutty Professor. Oh, and that boy made me moist.
He's not gonna stop me, man.
He's ready to go. I like CJ West, man. Great interview, John. Kudos to you, brother. But
hey, man, John, you gotta get Terry on your show now, man.
I know, man. John, I met him. He does a wonder, and we need to hook up there too, Wolfie. He does the 49er Road Rush podcast. We go to different cities. Last year we were in Pittsburgh. I met some of my Golden Domers there. Ty Austin. I met a lot of people. He has parties the weekend of the game, and then we really have fun at the game. We posse up and go as a group, as the San Francisco 49ers to the game when we were at Pittsburgh. And as I was walking to the game, I went back and got to the stadium and took a picture. It is something when you see a sea of red jerseys coming to your stadium, and the people of Pittsburgh, who are wonderful fans, shout out to Pittsburgh. They said, it's just so many of y'all. He said, are y'all here? What is going on? And then we proceeded to dismantle those Pittsburgh Steelers, man. It was such fun. And I think it wasn't last year, it was the year before. Shout out to all the Golden Domers. Get on John Chapman, man, and go to the 49er Rush podcast. Posse up with them. We will party. We will have fun. We'll tell jokes. There'll be prizes, and he's got memorabilia and stuff, man. He gives away jerseys. He's awesome. I like John Chapman.
That's get him on his show, man. You gotta get him. You gotta go on his show, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he needs John. You see the deal, have me on your show. Him, Wayne Breezy, That's my dude too. I've been kicking Wayne Breezy at Mike for years. I met Wayne Breezy at John's Rush podcast show in Pittsburgh, but I never met Mike from Nothing But Niners. And this is a great community, man. Great, 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 great people,
Yeah.
and we love the San Francisco 49ers. And you included. We genuinely F with the 49ers. We that deal. We that people. Uh, the ESPN and Fox Sports, they was all on them Cowboys 5 years ago. I remember us being undefeated, and the lead story was, is Dak gonna sign or something? I said, from this point forward, I am not even watching ESPN. I'm done with Fox Sports. Skip Bayless was on there just talking about the Cowboys. I said, man,
Not so much anymore nowadays, but yeah.
I said let's move the show. I'm gonna mess with Rombo Sports. I'm gonna do some other things. I'm online kicking it, and I'll do my own thing for us to have a community. And what do you know? Now the NFL has moved to YouTube
Yeah, it's true.
because we run the podcast universe. We run the internet. We are the gold standard. No pun intended. No, pun intended. We the gold standard for what a franchise is supposed to be. Other places are just trying to catch up. It's all about the San Francisco 49ers and all about us.
I know Red Jet. I'm trying to get a breath in to introduce you.
Okay, go ahead and get Red Jet in here. I ain't see her. I ain't see her. Sorry,
Red
Red.
is feeling the passion, and I don't want to stop him. He's feeling the passion.
Yeah.
He's got something to say, man. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop.
Wolfie, let me go.
All right. Yeah. So Red Jet, you're on here, but it just shows your audio. It doesn't say.
Oh, okay. Can you
we
guys
hear
hear
you,
me
just can't see
okay?
you.
I,
Can you hear
I
me?
was hearing some cars go by and everything.
Yeah.
Where you at?
I'm driving. I'm sorry, y'all. We had a power outage in our building, so they sent us home. And I'm like, that's fine with me. So I'm just getting to the house. So
Jet, go back to work
y'all.
and get the power right. You just
Nope,
off from
I'm
work.
home
You
now.
playing hooky.
Too
You're
late
playing
now.
hooky, Jet.
Nope. They said, go home. I said, say less. You didn't have to tell me twice. What's up with y'all? What's good? Y'all good? Everybody good?
Oh,
What's
loving
happening?
it. Loving life, boo.
Fantastic.
Wow.
It was going great. Long show. We're three
I
hours. 41
see.
minutes
You
in.
guys
Feeling
have
pretty good.
been on for a while. Because
And,
when
and
you
we
guys
That's
and
an
we-
average Wolfie and Terradome show.
that is
It
how we
is.
roll.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it is. No, I'm here. I'm here. So I was hearing some of it at work, and then we had the outage, and then I had to pivot. So let me ask y'all first this. Is everybody all right? Everybody get their passion and stuff out in the open where the whole world can see it and
I
vibe with y'all?
resemble that statement there, Red Jet. Yeah.
Yes, you
All
do.
passion
sir.
here.
Yes.
All passion here. Always.
All
Take
passion.
that,
You
100%.
guys were kind of all
Full
gas, no break. So
Exactly.
it's never any gas, any break with our team, right? Let me ask you guys a question while I'm kind of getting situated. You guys were talking about some things that kind of made me go, okay, we're talking about the past. So my question to the both of you awesome fans that are uber passionate and know what the hell you're talking about, why are we bringing up old shit? What? I have to ask it in a Terradome way because Terradome understands me and he really gets me. Not that you don't, Wolfie, but he and I would go live on Thursday and we would go on for like one time we went on for 4.5 hours and it was amazing. It was amazing. But I asked that because sorry, there's so much noise in the background. I apologize.
You're fine.
Cool.
The reason I asked why we're bringing up the past because we're still where we're at. You know what I mean? We keep getting to the point and then nothing. And then we have an abysmal season. We go from 12-5 to 6-11. We lose players. We have one that went down. I think it was week 7 or 8 against the Chiefs. And who knows if and when he's coming back, right? So there's no guarantees. I get what you guys are saying, but the past means nothing unless we do something about it, now. Otherwise, we all know history is doomed to repeat itself if we don't learn from it. So
well, that's why we talk about it. That's why we bring it up, because you got
That's it.
well, yeah,
you got to bring it up. You got to
but,
talk about
I mean,
it, recognize those things, see those things, and you bring them up. You know, you recognize those things,
okay,
and you also have
okay,
you have to let everyone else know that you do acknowledge those things and you do see those things. And some things, like for example, me and Terradome disagree on some things that in the past,
yeah,
we
you
don't agree
did.
with.
You had
And that
you had a
happens.
very
And
good
then
disagreement. You
that's
did. It
why
was great.
Yeah.
that's why you talk about the past, so that you make sure it's recognized. That's way
Yeah.
you know that,
Period.
okay, this was the issue, so you
Period.
could address it later. It's not always about living in the past. It's about assessing the past and then bring it into what you're
Okay.
doing now. So it's not always. I totally understand. Like you got to think of what you're doing now. What can you fix now? But you got to also assess the past to be able to fix what you're doing now, so you know what not to do in the future. And so we talk about the past. I think the past is important, especially when a past success are important to talk about as well. Like winning 5
Indeed.
Super Bowls, big deal. Records that are broken are a big deal, and stuff like that. I
Indeed.
think history is a very important thing to talk about. And I know I get what you're saying. Like, okay, we can't just linger on the past in a dark, evil way where you're like, we should have won this Super Bowl, blah 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 blah. Like, I totally
I was
understand
getting
that
there.
part.
Yeah.
But that part, but like history is important, to something to always remember and something to assess and appreciate when those things that appreciate come around the corner. So and there's sometimes it's a great conversation to reminisce about those things. Kind of like when you're like your old school friend, you want to reminisce about the good times. The same thing.
Yeah.
I want to reminisce about how good Debo was at one point. That was a good time, man. He was so good that 2021 season. Those things you want to reminisce about. So yeah, for sure. But I know what you mean. Like not get upset and hold on to the Super Bowl loss and things of that nature. If you're talking about that, then yeah, I totally agree with you on that.
Well, that, and then there was another thing that kind of stuck out. It's like we're talking about past stats that have no bearing on today. And I get that. I mean, I'm in agreement with you. Like me, one thing I'm not going to do is debate. Like Terran will tell you, I don't throw darts and I don't do all this. What is a pass and blah, 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 right? I think the reason I was asking and kind of thinking about it, like, I was kind of joking a lot, like, Ty and everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
But I also really go and think about it, and I'm just like, okay, we're still where we're at. We still don't have a ring. We had an NFC team that just wrote out, just not even wrote it out. They displayed the blueprint that we already had from Jump Street. But that's me. But then I go, we're talking about the past and we're assessing the past. Is the front office doing the same? Is the coaching staff doing the same? Are they having these conversations that we are? And then I go, ooh. I want to say hated it. I want to say hated it. Why? Because I don't think that they're thinking on the level to which we are as fans. They're not. I don't even think they're considering their fan base and how passionate that we really are. I mean, hell, we're called Whiner fans, not Niner fans. Whiner fans.
Oh, we can win a Super Bowl and they'll still call us that, though. To be fair,
yeah, we've been winning. We've been winning since '81, and they still call it because it rhymes, Jet. And
we know
let me take a moment out and truly acknowledge the answer that Wolfie said about our conversation, our debate, our discourse, whatever would have you. Well, this is why I mess with this young man. This is why I F's with Wolfie.
Same.
He just he poignantly and prestigiously put it out. He is this dude is my dude. I rolls with Wolfie, man. It's like Winston Wolf on the daggone on Pulp Fiction. When I said, "Oh, you sending the wolf?" Well, that's all you had to say, Negro. That's my
dude.
You
want the Royale?
I am crazy about this young man, man. This is my dude. And thanks, Wolfie, for eloquently putting that on out, man. You top dog, brother. I am crazy about Wolfie. Wolfie's just that guy, man. That's my dude.
period.
I appreciate you too, man.
I
You're a good
concur.
host, man. You know, it's a good flow and stuff like that. You know, we work off each other really well and stuff like that. Pause, but it's just kind of, you know, it's what's about, man. When you have a
You
good
see him
show,
slip the pause in. Well, he's so cool, ain't he? Ain't he, Jet? He just don't.
He is.
that's how
I couldn't
pauses
agree
work.
with
You go
more.
pause, and then you move on. You go pause, and you
Yeah,
move on.
Pause
Acknowledge,
and
you
move
move
on.
on.
Exactly.
I'm crazy
don't
about
dwell-
you too, pause.
We don't dwell on the pause, right? Like
Um,
we don't dwell on the
cool.
past.
Wolf
right?
is my dude, man. Yeah.
The shows don't last 3.5 hours if there's no chemistry. If you don't enjoy someone's conversation, those shows don't last that long if you're not able to click.
No,
Yeah,
they
I done
don't
been
even,
on-
they don't even last 30
Um,
minutes. Much
Yeah,
less 3
we done been
hours,
on some
right?
shows, Wolf, and I'm like, is there an exit here anyway? I'll tell you, no respect, no respect.
I've seen
when
those
gotta
shows,
go.
Pterodome. I saw one the other night. I'm like, okay, is this gonna end anytime
Y'all all
soon?
right?
I was gonna ask, but I'm like, I'm gonna mind my business, stay in my
But-
lane.
Let me go.
To answer the there's not just a little bit of pushback on one thing that you said that I agree with you for 110% from like all the way from like 2017 to 2023. I agree with you with they're not listening to the fan base. They're kind of like doing their own thing, and they're just like, it seems like they're doing things to spite fans almost. It seems like,
Or
I
in
feel like
spite
this
of, yeah,
off,
in spite of, yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead.
And I feel like
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
in this off season in particular, though, I preached this pretty much from the start. And I was like, this could change, but so far it hasn't. The front office and the fans, I think this year have been on common ground the most. I feel like
Okay.
I've never been more aligned with the front office ever. Like, I mean, even with Harbaugh, with Chip Kelly, all of that, I've never been more aligned with the front office until this offseason. Going out and getting Robert Saleh, number one, the one guy I wanted the 49ers to get, and they got it. In Brant Boyer, I didn't know I wanted him until I did my research on him. I'm like, holy crap, that's the best available special teams guy. Yep. They fired Brian Schneider, which everyone wanted. They got rid of Nick Sorensen, which everyone wanted.
Yeah.
They cleaned house of all the players that were not. They didn't stick to like
different types of You can leave.
The only player that got away from us, and it seemed like they wanted to get, was Greenlaw. Outside of that, for the most part, 80 to 70% of fan bases, they wanted to move on from Jalen Moore. They wanted to move on from Debo. They wanted to move on from Mufunga because you got Mustafa.
Dead weight.
And
now, and not that I root
man.
against a young man's success, but you see Greenlaw, I think he's been afflicted with another injury in
Yeah, he has. Apparently, he got it's not as bad as people said it was, but apparently it is an injury though. Still, it's a hamstring injury.
So we're kind of, maybe we dodged a bullet.
That's what I was saying, man. Injury prone, dude. I was like, dude's injury prone, man.
We don't want to deal with people that have the same ailments and issues and things like that. So to that point, Wolfie, I mean, really everything you say, I have no disagreements at all. It's more like I would say a counter, if you would. Why? Because I don't not see your point, but then I don't like. I guess from my, because Pterodome will tell you, like, I'll tell you right now, the team is going 0-17. He'll tell you this, like, because I'm very like, this is, but it's me. It's not.
She's hyperbolic, Wolfie.
I'm very. Something you got something to say? I'm all ears. Trust.
Yeah,
comments come at me all the time, man.
Yeah, I'm not. Am I going to come
okay.
at you? No, I mean, I'm going to just say I did this on. We just had a conversation on the 49er Faithful UK a couple of weeks back.
And shout out to that Red Jet. You international. See, Jet, you international. You can get into Jet and go over to Paul Hope, who's our UK guy. Paul Hope, shout out to you, man.
Literally.
The Cowboys may be America's team, but the 49er brand is global.
It's global. Worldwide, honey.
We are worldwide.
Paul Hope had asked me a question. He's like, you're not sold. And I'm like, no. There's been too many years of almost. There's too many years of accepting being the word relevant. But this is me. This is my take. This is not Stephen A. or Shannon Sharp or anybody of that. This is me. I've been watching this team. I'm trying to tell you,
America.
Everything you guys say, I trust. I will trust you long before I trust how this team will do whatever they do. Yeah, on paper we stand to go undefeated. Yeah, okay. Every team it's everybody's year, right? I'm not saying that it's not our year. I'm just saying I'm not sold on that concept. I'm not sold on that context.
Your expectation isn't a Super Bowl, is what you're trying to say, but it's like there's an expectation of some kind.
Yeah. So my expectation is this: do what you do. Do what you do best, right? We're a 5-time franchise for a reason. That's what got us here. West Coast offensive, right? Playing like a unit. We weren't being best friends with our team, with our players. We were telling them what to do, when to do it. And if you didn't do it, your ass either got benched or you got clipped for the team. Ask Joe Montana. He'll tell you this. The man almost got clipped from the team because he kept messing up. Jerry Rice will tell you the same thing too. Pterodome, you OG in the game. You know what I'm talking about.
Hard living around here, boy. Expectations is real,
right? Our expectations is higher than the first pick in the draft, right? But I think too, across this Bay Area sports, our expectations are always like insanely and unnecessarily high. I mean, they're just like Super Bowl every year, every single year. We got to knock off 15 Super Bowls. That's what it is. Deal with it. You don't like it. You ain't a Niner fan. You are a Niner fanatic. Right?
Look, Jet Regal Eagle just said y'all may be worldwide, but the Philadelphia Eagles are world champs.
Hey man, whoa. Yeah, we get it. All right. Yeah, we get it.
Hey, you got me. You got me.
Yeah, we get it. All right.
Excuse me, y'all, 1 second. I'm gonna hop off and I'll be right back on. Give me 1 second.
Oh, as Jet takes a commercial break, because the show is all for her, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter about the two gentlemen you're looking at.
Actually, I think that's where we should probably close it because it's getting a little bit late though, because it's this is a 4-hour show and I gotta eat food. I got things I gotta eat like that. But definitely,
hey, Violet.
I definitely appreciate Red Jet coming on here and stuff like that. She got ready to and everything. I'm like, all right, okay, I'll stick around. I'll stick around.
Okay, I'm here now.
You ain't going nowhere. I'm in here.
I'm here.
All right, you're here. All right. We'll push this a little bit longer here, but yeah, I mean, I'm all for the expectations that I have for this team. My philosophy when it comes to like football and enjoying football, it's some people think about only February, like they just care about that Super Bowl and that's just it. And yet that is the main goal. That is like the pinnacle, the number one thing, of course. Yeah. But there's other things that are involved where my philosophy is that it's not about the end game, it's about the journey to February. I care about from March all the way until February, which I care about. If I only cared about the Super Bowl and that was it, I would only watch football in February. That's it. I care about everything that comes with football. I care about the offseason. I care about the signings. I care about the draft. I care about the players that which we draft and the players I hate on the team, Rendell, things of that nature. I'm passionate about everything that comes to football. So I'll pay attention even if but I'll also be honest and be like, guess what? We're probably not going to win a Super Bowl this year. It's not necessarily in the cards, but I do have an expectation. And my expectation for this team is to make the playoffs. Considering the schedule,
that's fair.
Considering the team that we still got, the nucleus of players such as Kittle, Fred, Nick, Robert Saleh, Kyle, all those things, the nucleus of the players that got us to Super Bowls in the first place are still there. So my expectation is the playoffs with that schedule. Indeed. However, winning playoff games, I'm not going to put that there because now you're saying we're a top 5 team in the NFC. Because to win a playoff game, you have to be a top 5 team in the NFC. You're not top 6 or 7 with those seeds because you got to win one. You got to beat one of those teams to go into the next round of the playoffs. So would I say we're a top 5 team in the NFC? Probably not. If that happened, I would be super happy about that. But I definitely argue that we're a top between like 10 to 6 or 7 possibly team there. So my expectation for this team is playoffs. And if that happens, I'm satisfied. Someone asked the question earlier, if the 49ers don't make a divisional round, do you think Kosh should be fired or should he be on the hot seat? I don't think so, just because my expectation is the playoffs. So how can I hold that against Kyle when my expectation for a team that the way it is to be the playoffs? So my expectation is that. So
Okay.
go ahead.
So I think that's kind of where that person is gonna go. Yeah, he's on the hot seat. And I think there's some people in the chat that probably would say the same thing, because we only in this, and again, this is just me, and I'm gonna keep it brief because y'all have been on long enough, and I've been flying on freeways. So I'll say this: if you have the goods, you have the staff, you have the arsenal. Do what you do best. It's not for us or for me. Sorry, not for us. For me, I look at it like it's not that hard. It's not that serious. If you're not here, you can do the job. Like Pterodon can do his job as a dispatcher, not doing this. You can do what you do, Wolfie, not doing this. I can do what I do, doing photography, not here most of the time, not here. And if I'm thinking about it, I'm not going to get the shot that I'm trying to get. Pterodon can't help the public. You can't do what you do best. That's just me from that standpoint, and not being. I mean, I'm trying not to do it and go off topic, but and I apologize if I am.
Fine.
It's just at the end of the day, I'm looking at it like, yeah, I'm looking at playoffs too, but I'm also looking at player health. I'm looking at player safety, because this is 17 weeks that we're talking about. 17 very long, torturous weeks. Very long, torturous weeks. And who's to say our bye week won't be week 5, week 6? And then you got to go 11 long weeks versus 9 long weeks, and then you get a bye week.
By the way.
I'm sorry.
The schedule release should be tomorrow, I think.
Oh wow! All right, breaking
Wednesday.
news.
Next
I could
Wednesday.
be wrong on that.
Yeah,
We'll double check.
the schedule out here.
May 14th
Make your plans. Put in your vacation days, as I will.
Schedule release.
And see what
What I'm trying to say is plays into like you're talking about variables that you can't foresee that can come into play,
and they're understood.
That can change your expectation of what.
That's what in business we call that overhead. It's gonna come into play. Injuries and things of that nature come into play, but just as given right now, I feel like Wolfie. This is a playoff team, given the schedule or who we're gonna play, not how we're going to play them and the rate that we will play them, but it should be a playoff team and not have the expectations the same as Wolfie. This is a playoff team, and if I can get into the dance, I know I can. Y'all ever been the best dancer in your neighborhood or one of the best?
Absolutely not.
I like how he said it with no conviction, just absolutely
or the best rap. If I could just get in the contest, I'm gonna show out. Something gonna happen, and I'm gonna just do my thing. If I could just get into the party, if I can just get the invitation, I'm gonna show them what's up. I'm gonna win the $50. Being a comedian, I'm gonna do something. And the 49ers have the moxie, the wherewithal, and the nucleus to get just to the party. Get me into the playoffs, and we can all be some fighting MFers in here in the playoffs.
I'm agreeing with both of you. I'm just like, just get out of here. Stop trying. I mean, my thing is, stop trying to be somebody you're not. You're not Mike Shanahan. Okay? Do you, Kyle? That's all we're asking. Do you? Because when you do you, you're a damn fine coach. I have no complaints.
Yeah, when
I have zero complaints. I don't know what to complain about.
They say, "Oh, Kyle in his bag today." Be in your bag every time. Just you got these. Just be in your bag. Don't mess around and stay stuck on stupid and just say, well, I planned this out. And this is what I'm going to run. Dude, no, be able to play some jazz, man. No Europeans. It's going like this, so let's get like that. That's all I'm saying. You have it all. You got it all. Just bring it home, bro.
I would argue that that the team last year with this schedule would have made the playoffs. I think if you took the team with all their
I agree with
devastating
that.
injuries, all their issues, all the things that happened, and you took that team this year with this schedule
And these coaches,
and
we
these guys,
and
I
these
would say
coaches, right?
honestly,
Yep.
they
I
would
was
still
saying
make
the
the
same thing.
playoffs.
but we
Yeah.
know we were doomed with Sorensen looking like he run moonshine on the weekends.
He was good at like one or two things, man, but he didn't know how to use his players at all. And
he had no idea. He was over his skis. He didn't even want the job. Probably they said Kyle said, "Hey, look, you're defensive coordinator." He's like, "Me." He was like, "Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. I'm gonna give you a guy who will help you along with it in help you in what's his name? Staley, the fired head coach up in
Brandon Staley.
yeah.
Right.
I'm like, and he ain't do nothing the whole week. He ain't do nothing the whole 17 weeks. He was like Tommy on Martin. He ain't had no
Yeah.
job.
That's what they tell me, Pterodome. Jill ain't got no job.
She ain't got no job. She
She ain't got no job.
just here. She probably pull a fuse at work.
Shh. Would you be quiet? I
Said-
wanted to go home, okay?
I
I just
know.
wanted to go home.
Knee trick there, Jet Chat.
Oops.
There is there's one variable that a lot of people are not like thinking about with this upcoming schedule. I do understand they're playing like we're playing what the Houston Texans. We're playing the entire AFC East or West. I can't think of it.
South.
Whoever's in the South,
Yeah.
the Colts and Houston Texans, and I get that. But there's one variable some people are not thinking about where like we play the Bears, right? The Bears are really good this year. Like that could be a loss.
And they will
And
jump
not
up
be as
and
good as
get
they were
us.
last year.
They've got us before. They
And
have some. They've improved.
Better coach,
improved.
better offensive line, more weapons, better
Yeah.
defense. Like they got way better this year. Where I think honestly they could be a bit of a problem, and I don't think they're going to be as bad as they were last year. Like I can't see
I
it.
don't
Ben
think so
Johnson's
either.
too good.
Yeah,
Even
man.
if you don't believe in Caleb Williams, I mean, I think Caleb Williams will benefit from the offensive line, like from Ben Johnson.
In my scouting, I always do a week. I do a show a week before the game, and I scout out and look at the team we're playing just to give insight on what a defensive coordinator might be looking at, or looking at their deficiencies, looking at what they're doing, looking at their stats and stuff like that, giving you game film. And the Bears had some decent parts. They weren't winning
That
at
defense was
all.
solid.
They were falling apart, but
Yeah.
they had pieces. They had pieces, and they got this young quarterback. They got some talented receivers. Now they're really getting it. You bring in the offensive coordinator from the Detroit Lions. Is that Ben Johnson, right? And you went and drafted some ball players, and you went and got some offensive line. This is a scary little team. This is a scary little that ain't an easy win. Don't put that in the win category just yet. We're gonna have to
We
fight.
know when we play them, right? Like, are we gonna play them early on or later on?
Yeah.
So we know what product they are later on in the year. We'll know then. But like a lot of people are kind of discounting them, especially because Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams has a lot of haters out there and a lot of doubters and stuff. So, but I would argue, especially the second year for Caleb Williams, that I know everyone said last year that Caleb Williams had no excuse, but there was some things where you could like the coach was questionable. This year though, it does not get any better for Caleb Williams or any possible rookie or any other quarterback. I mean, you got the offensive line to work with, you got the running back, you get the wide receivers, you got it all right now. And so I would historic says better on paper, but we'll see what's all on Caleb now. It's all on Caleb. It's 100% all Caleb from here. Like
he's a USC guy. He's used to being the center of attention. This guy's going to come. Gave him a little bit more help on the offensive line. You gave him some pieces. It's not going to be the same old show as usual. I think he's going to make his steps. And I see this when I scout the teams. I see what you have. And we got Darwin in there. Darwin, Levi. We just I see what you got. I know. I look at the other 30 teams and I look at it objectively. I look at it from a standpoint of what we possibly can do against you, what you're missing, but what you do and you do well, it comes into play when I'm scouting week to week. So I give it my fair, objective, not criticism, but evaluation.
Yeah.
And
Analysis.
analysis. That's me. I'm a analysis by trade. I was a purchasing analyst with Caterpillar. I do this with emergency services now. I analyze, I evaluate, I tell you objectively, this is what I am looking at. Of the data you've given me, here it is. And I have to speak in those boardrooms sometimes, man. And they might not want to hear, hey, you need to put about 20, 30 more thousand into this versus that. And he's like, well, we didn't hire you for this. I'm like, well, this is how I'm looking at it. I'm a Six Sigma black belt, or I'm a green belt. I'm applying for my black belt.
Oh,
I gotta say,
I didn't see a karate. I didn't see that. Okay, all right.
Do you know how versatile Terradome is? Like, to go back to the analyst side of it. So what I do with the state is I work with apprentices that have been terminated from their trade program, and then I also talk to the program that they've been terminated from. So I'm looking at two sides of a story. That's why I asked you guys, like, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this? Because I have to do a concept of this complaint and then and then provide context of this complaint. Why were they terminated? What's going on? I can easily hear. You got to tell the whole. I'm sorry, but then I have to dig a little. I have to go further and go.
You got to hear the whole story. You got to go back.
That's what I do for a living every day.
It's contextual. It's conceptual. We got to tell how we were feeling, how we looked at things, the run game, what happened that night. And this is what I saw. And Wolfie said, well, this is how I saw it. And it's always his side, her side, and the truth. It's
right.
Yeah.
When I get these answers from these programs, that's where the truth is gonna well out, because of course the apprentice is gonna be, oh, I love the program and I love being a tradesman. And I love this and I love that.
Yeah.
But what had happened?
What had happened was
exactly. So that's why I was asking those questions, and that's kind of why I was kind of friendly darting both of you, because I'm like,
oh, it's okay. It's all right, Jet. As long as Jet is saying it, it's all good.
Exactly. Right. I'm here to give back. Right.
Just cathartic. Let us all breathe.
Don't do this.
Woo, 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 woo.
I was thinking it, but you said it, so that's fine. But thank y'all for having me. This is fun. I know you guys have been on forever.
Thank you, Jet.
Yeah, I'm glad you're
here. You the showstopper. Everybody was here to see you anyway. So they
always come to see.
I know. We just
battle it out.
We're the opening group. You know who we are, Wolfie? When Jet comes, we're many, many more. At every concert, they will say, the Eagles are coming, ladies and gentlemen, and many, many more.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
We're many, many more.
What?
Wow. Jet is
You see what he does?
We're the Pips. Yeah. Jet is Gladys Knight.
He's the king of analogies, man. That's my tag for him. King of analogies. There, I totally get it. But if you ever want to do a show or anything like that together, let me know. We could do a show. You and me, Red Jet. If you ever want to, we could work on something. Me and Terradome. If you want to join me and Terradome as well, and stuff like that, you're always welcome to join. We can always have stuff. More the merrier. More better the conversation, of course, too.
Yeah.
Definitely. Or we're definitely gonna pop off here. It's 4 hours and 12 minutes.
4 hours and 12 minutes.
I'm actually dying right now for food.
We go hard in the paint.
I'm a fat kid and I need my food.
Get that man some Lunchables. Remember the Lunchables you used to
all right.
with the bologna in it and the little cheese cup. Get a little cheese cup for Wolfie, ladies and gentlemen.
Contribute poverty. I want that poverty, man. Come
on. Hey, everybody who's on mine, man, y'all, please double down. Get on Red Jet Shell. Get on Wolfie. Subscribe, like, hit all. We come together with content. We love the 49ers. We love football. We love life. So just check us out. I see Regal Eagle in there. Jump on Regal Eagle, man. He got stories for days. He got stories.
Dennis is hilarious, and he's also an amazing photographer too. So check out his Instagram.
They got the eye. They know the deal.
Yes.
And Darwin's Ravens. He's a Raven guy, man. But Darwin will give you the. Darwin is like behind the music that used to come on VH1. Darwin can tell you. All right, this happened, but hey, did y'all know that his grandfather once shot a guy, and that's why he's so mean? Darwin has everything. He has everything. The skinny, and I love Darwin and Regal Eagle, all except 1 week a year. If we're playing the San Francisco 49, then I gotta rough you up.
Wait, question before you close out, Wolfie. Where are you at in the world? Where are you?
Southern Cali.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. Yes, I'm up north. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Yeah. It's for sure. I gotta represent my Cali team. I had to move here. I had to move to Southern Cali because I had to represent my 49ers. Right.
All right. Are you in Los
from
Angeles
Washington State.
or where? Oh, okay. Where are you at?
From Washington State. I lived in the territory of the Seattle Seahawks, and that was
okay.
brutal.
Where are you at now in Southern Cali? You in Los Angeles or
Southern Cali? That's as far as I'll go. I don't like giving you that much information.
I got you.
I'm very yeah.
Hey, I'm in the East Bay. That's all they need to know. I'm in California. We're in California, which is like $1 bazillion. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I'm in Fayetteville, North Carolina, Fort Bragg, 82nd Division Airborne, 18 Airborne Corps. You come over here, you won't. I got something for you. That's all I can say.
And you guys have a wonderful day. All right.
All right. So let's go ahead say our goodbyes here. Thank you, everyone who joined. Crazy Juice, thank you so much. Regal Eagle Podcast, thank you so much. Val, of course. OG showing up. Papa J. Who else showed up in here? Shane McMahon. I'm gonna be here forever, man. Historic. Thank you so much. Ty, thank you for being here as well. I'm sure there's so many people who's in this live today. I'm gonna be here forever, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to keep this short. If I missed anybody on my next live, be sure to let me know. I'll give you another shout out. I hate missing people if I don't give them a shout out. So let me know. Crazy Juice, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, shout out to Red Jet for throwing out the schedule as well for it's May 14th. May 14th. So not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. So shout out to her. And also shout out to Red Jet for joining the show. Great conversation. Thanks for being here. We're good. She's definitely part of the shows more often. Hopefully. I won't hold her to it.
I'd love to.
I do appreciate her being here. Terradome, as always, man. He's the man. I appreciate him. The vibes are great. Great conversations. We disagree on things. And so that's what it's all about, man. Just having a good conversation. That's what everything's about. Just at the end of the day, just having one big, great conversation. That's what it's all about.
Give me a high five, man, on the screen. Just
that way. I think it's that.
Other way. Other way. Other way. Other way. There you go. I can't with you too.
When you can high five on live, that's when you're into that great territory. That's when you're in your bag.
All right. So would you like to do the walk by faith goodbye thing, and then we'll bounce out of here?
Everybody, we walk by faith and not by sight. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all. God bless.
Peace out.